Hello everyone and welcome to a brand new series for the next few weeks, and I'm going to be playing The Last Starship. This is another Introversion software game, so this is going to be, I imagine it's going to be quite imaginative and interesting because their games usually are. Let's just get it started and then we'll talk about it a little bit more once we've got going. So at the moment I've only got the Boldly Go option available, which is going through the basic story system, I think, and maybe I'll come back to the other ones later. So let's get started. Audio desynced already. I can't do anything about it, I'm afraid. I don't know how to fix that. It just seems to keep happening, and yeah. I can turn the webcam off actually. Then it won't be desynced. Right, so we've gone out into the stars. Good. Space, final frontier. Corporations own the universe as usual. Good old dystopias. And one of them wants us to build a Stargate. And lots of money available if we do so. Will I do so? Well, we'll find out, I guess. So, yes, The Last Starship, I think it's probably best described, I think, as a sort of a cross between Rimworld and Elite, in that you've got the similar sort of pawn management from as Rimworld, in that you have a load of people who will do things, although I think there's slightly less prioritization available and a bit more direct control over things like the ship. So it's not quite not quite the same way as FTL. And there's sort of a building thing that goes on a sort of grid basis. It's a little bit Rimworldy or Factorio-y or something like that. And you can see my guys running around here doing useful things on my new ship. All right, let's poke the webcam and see if I can get. Hang on, no. Last Starship, make it last. Yes, very good. Open the output in OBS and see if I can tweak that to be different. All right, let's have a look. Probably filters. Add. Okay, well let's just ignore it and hope it goes away, and we'll see what happens. Right, so we have a tutorial. Let's do the tutorial because we might as well, mostly because I haven't worked out how to skip it yet. Maybe if I just close it. Oh no, I can skip the tutorial. There we go. So I did run through this earlier when I was making the initial trailer. Let's see if I can remember any of it. So there are a few things that need to be done. This is my spaceship as of at the moment, and I have my crew wandering around here merrily. And as it says, there's no oxygen in here at the moment, which is why they're all wearing their little spacesuits. So, great. I've got a storage system over here where you can flag areas of floor to be where you keep certain things. And that's, again, very, very Rimworldy. And also, I can down here, I've got the construction option, so I can now start installing some of the things that have been brought on board. So, my starter ship starts up with these various bits and pieces that I can put on there. So we've got some food, we've got a load of water, we've got some oxygen, and then up here we've got some bits and pieces that can be installed into the ship. So let's get started on that. Let's put in, let's install some of those things. So let's start off by putting in a reactor, because I'm going to need power, and there is fuel right here. So putting these next to each other feels like it makes a sort of sense. So if I whack that in there, and then put actually let's cancel that. Let's put my reactor tucked in the corner over here, so it's a bit more out of the way. Then I can put in my fuel loader here. And this is a machine that basically the crew members will come along. They'll put the fuel canisters into, and that will then fill it. Then that will take the fuel out of them and put it into pipe systems. And I'm going to stick a tank next to that as well, because I would like to have some storage for my fuel. So I'll put that over there. You then need to link all these things together. So I'm going to link a pipe from here. The fuel goes all the way over to here. Links up to the medium tank as well. I trust. And then also down here going into the into the engine. So now we've got fuel to fuel to one of the engines. Let's put it to the other one as well. There we go. And also need to run cables from the reactor to the engine. So I'll do that quickly. This is all stuff that I've done before, so which is why I'm sort of hurrying through it, because it's just basic setup for my ship. Yeah, I hadn't thought of it before either. It just seemed like the obvious thing to do all of a sudden. So I thought, well, why not? And let's make this area down here my general infrastructure area. So let's stick in the oxygen loader here as well. We'll put that on the other side of the room, and then I can put the oxygen storage down here as well to make it nice and easy to do. And also, I'd like a tank for the oxygen as well, just because it seems like a good idea. And then I can put my air duct in next to it as well. And let's pipe that up as well. So pipe across there. It'd been nice if I put the tank in a different way around, but never mind. And also it's going to need electricity as well, because everything probably... I imagine everything needs electricity. We'll find out later. Right, so that's all the basics hooked up there. We've got the fuel tank over here filling up and gradually draining these tanks over here. But you want to have a bit of ballast in, a bit of buffer in your in your tank, so that you don't need to worry about the engines and reactors turning off when the tank on here empties. Okay, so we'll let them do that. I'll also put in an air storage thing down here if I can remember how to do that. Is that in the construction? Storage, perhaps. Yes, there we go. So I want to store oxygen down here. And we'll have room for 12 oxygens, because that seems like a reasonable amount. And we'll do the same with fuel if we can find it. Yes, let's add a little bit more fuel storage in here as well. A bit more space for that. Okay. Now that we've got food and water available up here, we'll deal with those as and when. And at some point, my guys, there's going to be enough oxygen in the ship that they'll take the spacesuits off. But apparently that's not the case yet. Let's store the spacesuits in here as well, I think, rather than taking up valuable space in other rooms. So down here we'll have a couple of rows of spacesuits along the bottom. And then can I get rid of this? Do I right click? Yes, I do. Excellent. So we'll get rid of those. That might be a bad idea because they might have to run too far to get their spacesuits from right over in the corner of the ship and die horribly on the way through. But we'll find out. Okay, so that's now used up all of the random stuff that was available on from that was just supplied with my ship initially for free. And I seem to have ripped through virtually all the oxygen and all of the fuel, but that's because it's gone into the tanks. So that's kind of okay. We don't mind it all going into the tanks because it's stored. But I feel it'd be quite nice to buy some more. So let's go into the trade thing and try and buy some more stuff. Hello, Peter. Welcome. Oh, and hello, Playnot and Nogard as well. I should have said hi. So here we have the shopping list available in the space station we're at, and I've got 300,000 space bucks at the moment. So I need to think about what I want to buy. Battery sounds like a nice idea, but no, I think we're probably okay with just running straight off the generator for the time being. Loader, okay, that's fine. Won't worry about that or that. Got one of those. Got an air duct. We haven't got a CO2 scrubber yet. One of those seems like a good idea. How do I buy? Just click on it. Okay, fine. We've got engines already. We don't have thrusters. I've just bought a thruster. Maneuvering thrusters. Okay, so that might be quite nice if I want to make a ship that's good at dodging. Spacesuits, fine. That's for replenishing oxygen in spacesuits. That could be useful. FTL drive is definitely going to be a thing we want to have. Weapons, I'll come back to later, I think. Well, let's not arm the ship up just yet. Mostly because weapons are expensive. And I've already spent 160,000 space bucks. Actually, maybe let's stick a Gatling gun on the front, just in case I need to destroy some asteroids or something like that. A mining laser sounds like an excellent idea at some point. But I think I'm going to need a drone bed. Equipping the ship for mining is going to be fairly expensive, so we won't do that just yet. A lot of these things I think will be things that we'll do later. Hyperspace scoop, assembly table ladder, spent sensors. What do you do? Apart from get accidentally... Nothing, apparently. Hyperspace sensor does nothing. Maybe we'll find out later. Track. Ooh, railway lines. Blimey. There's a lot of new stuff down here that I've not seen before. Right. Fuel and oxygen. I think these are things worth setting up some automatic purchase things on here. Yeah, I remember the guest quarters being a bit weird because they were on a different layer, and it's basically that or armor. So we'll have a look at that another time though. So fuel, I want to always have several of these. So let's say I want to buy whenever we have less than 10, and do the same with oxygen. Because and probably food and water as well. Because I just want to keep. I'd like to keep everyone. Oh, and FTL charges. Having lots of all of these would be a good idea. How am I doing for my... Oh, the ships are already arriving with all that stuff. So that's... okay, I've spent a significant amount of my money doing that. I better buy some ammunition for my railgun. For my guns. Otherwise, we're not going to get anywhere. It's not too expensive for each individual box. Let's buy 4 of those. But I am rapidly running out of money. I think I'd also like to always have some water. And always like to always have some food, but I am aware that I'm running a bit short of cash now, so I think this might have to be the end of my shopping. Now, a lot of this stuff does seem to be interesting, but not useful at the moment. So we'll come back to a lot of this later, I'm sure. But oh yes, that does ring a bell. Yeah, so I have played this game before, but it was back in the very, very early pre-alpha days. So a lot has changed since then. Ooh, here's my FTL drive and FTL stuff, and yeah, FTL drive there. Right, so let's carry on with the installations of stuff. And now, part of me wants to just stick the FTL drive in the room at the back, just because that's a room I haven't used yet. Or maybe in this one up here, make these sort of engine nacelles. But then I also feel like it makes a certain amount of sense to put it in here, because this is where just all of my stuff is happening. Let's just keep using this bottom room here for essentially everything. Can I put the FTL drive in here? Yes. If I put it there, hopefully nobody ever needs to get to any of these things. If I put that there, and then I can drop down, not editor, not trade, construction, storage. Right, and then I can put all of my FTL things in there. FTL charges can go there like that. And get them stored away nice and close to the thing that actually uses them. Then I've got a Gatling gun I wanted to put somewhere, like how do I? Right, so it needs to go about there. Okay. Have I not got a... there we go. Yes, I was having difficulty with the parallax of the walls. Fine. So we'll put my Gatling gun there, and then put some storage in for the ammunition for it. So it was bullets for a Gatling gun, I sincerely hope. Off the back of it like that. Right, now, having done that, there's a couple of cables needed because I put in some new things and they're going to need power. So I'll have that for there. And presumably, yes, we do need power for that one. So I'll run that cable all the way down the length of the ship. That seems to be fine. Well, defences, it seems like a good idea to have a little bit. And I might need to... My train of thought was I might need to shoot some rocks with it or something like that. So, but we'll see. Right, the CO2 scrubber. Can I just drop that in? Let's find out. So if I put the CO2 scrubber in up here, what do you do? Oh, I see. You pull CO2 out and then you do unspeakable things with it. So if I put you in here, and then link you up again with the cables, like that. There we go. Then we'll have CO2 coming out here, but we don't have anything to actually do with it at the moment. So I'm going to need to find a CO2 to... something to do with the CO2 at some point. Now, no doubt in here there is a gas regasificator. For now, a tank might work quite well. How much money have I got? Okay, I could buy another medium tank and shove it in that for the time being. CO2 scrubber is what I put in. I don't remember because it's been a while, but I'm sure I'll find a use for it at some point. Gas collector? Probably not. Nope, that's for getting gas from outside. Chemical lab again? Probably not. You know what? Hydroponic garden? Nope, not that then. We'll probably work it out as we go, but for the time being, let's just shove it in a tank, and that'll do for the time being. Right. So I now have a ship that is vaguely shipshape and maybe ready to go. So this is the point where we start having a look at contracts. So at the moment we've got some things that require. This one is going to attack some pirates. I don't think I want to do that. I don't feel like I'm. I know technically I have an armed combat vessel, but I don't think that's really suitable. Down here, that one I can't do because I need to make it industrial. I need to be able to make explosives, essentially. Again, pirate gang, no thanks at this point. In fact, quite a lot of this is attack people. So the Gatling gun does need ammo, but I have bought some for it. So hopefully they'll shove it in there in an appropriate way, and it'll just work. TM. So we have 15 civilians who want to go to NG4. Fine. We've got a career mission to NG8 And we've got a pass and another one to NG4. Excellent. So we've got 3 lots of people who all want to go to NG4. That's very popular. Where is NG4? Can we have a look at that? Is there a map? Yes, there's a map. So I am here. NG4 is down here. It's quite a long way, but I think that is just one hyperspace jump as far as I'm aware. So I can nip over there and make a little bit of money for it. Yes, that's exactly what I've done. Yes, there we go. The ammunition is stored over here. All 300 rounds ready to be put in the Gatling gun when it needs them. The Gatling gun I think is already full. There's a blip next to it there. Right, so excellent. Let's go back into the contracts and say yes and yes. And I haven't got enough free cabins. I keep pressing E to try and close windows because I've played enormous amounts of Factorio. Can I put more cabins on here? Habitation. Can I afford to do any of this? Probably not. How does this even work? That wasn't what I meant to do. Editor. Right. So. What? I don't understand the interface. Are these things habitation pods? I don't really know. Can I put more of them in across here? Why is that? Oh, it's a symmetrical thing. Okay. Or do I need to put more habitation in like this? 1600. Okay. Let's try that. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so I've made a bit more habitation space. Let's do that again then. And I assume that's... No, that is okay. That's already built. So now I've got 63 cabins. Does that mean I've now got enough space to take that other contract on? Yes, it does. Excellent. So we'll take that. So we now have to collect all the passengers, and they'll all turn up, and then presumably come flooding through here, go up the stairs into the habitation area, and we'll be good. Hang on, I thought the orange guys were crew, and green were. So yeah, they are civilians. Okay, why are they not? Why are they not going up the ladder? Why are they all milling around and just being untidy in the middle of my space? Well, you know what? Let's not worry about it too much because all of my passengers are on board now. So that means we can footle, and we can footle to no destination. Okay, let's go to here. Prepare to jump, and off we go. Now, I'm pretty sure that you can't bump into other ships in this. So there's an element of 3D in that I don't need to worry about flying straight into this framework thing here or here when I try and depart. If I'm wrong about that, then this is about to be very embarrassing. No, there we go. So flying straight through it. So now we can just jump out of here. Go to light speed. Whoosh. Yes, Peter. This is essentially transport by G4. Why these civilians haven't just all gone off into the cabins, I'm not 100% sure, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. So right, there we go. That was really easy. Turning contract, turning contract, turning contract. I just need to wait for the a ship to come in and pick them all. Here, is it you? No, that's going to that ship. It's this one. This one's for me. Ooh, hail and possibly hearty. Need your help? Okay. All across the sector there are people in trouble who need our assistance. Well, if they need taking somewhere, I might be able to help them with it. If people need shooting, I don't think I can. Oh, well, that was good. The talkie bit disappeared in the middle of the talkie happening. However, on the plus side, I've now gone up to rank 1 humanitarian. So, yay, go me. How do I get rid of these things now? How do... oh, there we go. More than capable. Okay. If you choose to help, mark the locations in most. Gold highlights. What sort of help do you want? If you're wanting me to go out and shoot people, I don't think I'm really equipped for it. But I guess we can... I guess we'll see. Hello, regular. Welcome. I am... Okay, so that's one mission accomplished. Now, is there any trading to do here? Looks like yes. All of the stuff does seem to be around. My question, though, is what can I actually... Is how do I tell whether stuff is at a sensible price or not? Is this going to be a How do I know if I've flown to somewhere where the prices are normal, whether the prices are higher? I don't know. Can I what's auto trade do? Okay, there we go. Auto trade is these are the things I've got set up to auto trade for. Fine. Let's bump those up a little bit. Prices for items should be permanent. Okay. I was sort of expecting an element of elite style trading. So you depending on where you are, prices would be different. But okay, well, never mind. We'll see how things go as we go. Oh yes, and I bought that tank. I was going to plug that into the CO2 scrubber up there. So let's put you down. Install the medium tank. You can go in there, and then we're going to need a pipe that goes from there to there. Pop. There we go. Now the CO2 scrubber can scrub, and that'll. Is there a user interface around that tells me interesting, useful, important information about that? I've got an E02 level there, and I've got a hull strength level and a battery charge level. Okay, but no CO2 bar, but maybe that's affected by the oxygen bar. I don't know. Right, okay, let's look for some more contracts then. So we've got another attack and attack and attack and attack. So this is sort of suggesting that maybe I should be maybe I should be putting together a slightly more well-armed ship, should we say? Or alternatively, I could flit off to one of these gold points. Now the trouble with Tidlet's very good. These seem to be the missions sound kind of military focused. I have a feeling. I think a ship has just departed with a big shoomph. Oh no, it probably arrived. It's probably that one. His ship looks cooler than mine. What's going on? I guess I'll do an upgrade at some point in the future. Hello, Johnny. Welcome. Prices are pretty much fit. Oh, okay. So the prices are fixed in sort of normal mode. Well, that's actually sort of nice because it means I can start doing things like I can build my ship up a little bit more without worrying too much about it. So, okay, let's get some more weapons on board then. So defense. I would like to have. Let's have a cannon as well. See what that's like. And I'm going to need some cannon shells as well. I'll put that on the other side just for fun. A weapons officer does. What? I guess he operates the weapons. Maybe I should have one of them. Oop, there's another ship arriving. All right, let's have a couple of weapons officers. And I would also like to... I noticed there was a derelict nearby, so I think it'd be good to go off and try and get it. No, that's not what I wanted. I would like the drone bay, this guy. So gather resources and salvage some space. That sounds like fun. And then presumably I'm going to need some drones as well. And I've gone over what I can afford. I've gone to 173 grand, and I can't remotely afford that. So let's go back to here, and what have I requested? I requested a cannon. Okay, that's 50 grand. I can't afford a cannon, so we'll take that out. And if we've taken out the cannon, let's take out the cannon shells as well, and one of the weapons officers. Okay, so we're not going to actually increase the weaponry of the ship. Maybe they were all built a little while ago, so mine's the last one to be made. Maybe that's why it's the Last Starship. Or maybe they named it and thought it was a cool name, and then haven't got round to haven't wanted to rename it, despite the fact they found some other starships as well. Okie dokie. Right, let's make this side my drone. No, actually, let's put it on this side because I've already put the weapons on the other side. So we'll put you there. And then I guess that means I need to then also set up some storage for my drones. Logistics drones. How many of them did I get? I don't remember. 2, 4, 6, 7. That's a silly number. Well, there's space for 9. Let's make it 12. I'm probably going to want more in the future. And of course I need to cable that in, so we'll bring one down from here and across to here. Right, we can now go off and investigate that potential for salvage operation. Good. Most recent starship, yes. Well, we shall see. And the plot, as far as I'm aware. Why are you not going off and playing with guns? I don't know. The plot, as far as I'm aware, is that I'm supposed to be trying to build up my own little planetary, my own little sort of resource-seeking empire until I get to a point where I'm able to go off and or is the derelict there, until I get to the point where I'm able to build a ship until I'm able to build a Stargate to allow us to jump to the next galaxy over, which sounds like a fairly tall order, but we'll see how long it takes me. Right, here we nearly go. We're going to have to turn an awfully long way. That feels like I've turned more than 180 degrees, but I have to admit I wasn't paying a great deal of attention. Right, jumping time. Whoosh. Plib. Okay, so where is this? Oh, there's the derelict. That does look quite derelict, and there's quite a lot of stuff out there for the claiming. Excellent. Right, so is it tab? No, what's the button to get into? T to go into tactical mode. So that is how I tell the ship where to fly. So I want to go over there. The ship turns around. I can then turn up the throttle. This is the sort of the fly the ship around manually mode, where you can point out, you can point where you want the ship to go. You can tell it how fast you want it to go, and so on. So we're going to head over this way. No way. I put the collectometrons on the starboard side, didn't I? So if I pull up about here, and this is just a directionometer, it won't tell the ship to fly to here and then stop. It's just to give it a vague idea of where. It's just to give it a direction. So if I fly to about here and then fly to about here and then tell it to stop, we'll see how long it takes the ship to come to a halt. At the moment, we are presumably burning fuel. We're burning through the fuel. Yes. We didn't get any more fuel brought on board at the last stop. Maybe it's because I ran out of money. Okay, I thought I heard a pew noise. Yes, there's another ship has arrived over there. It doesn't seem to be coming down here to plunder. Ah, my drones have already started droning. Excellent. Let's fly a bit closer so they don't have to do quite so much flying themselves. Okay, you stop pretty quickly when you turn your engines off. That doesn't really go with my understanding of how space works, but sure, whatever. Okay, so we have drones bringing stuff in and dropping it off, and then guys carrying it away. There we go, we've got some more fuel. This is a much cheaper way of acquiring stuff. What else are we getting? What are you? Precious metals. Nice. So this is a point where I guess I have a choice. I either try to set up some sort of system for dealing with these precious metals and turning them into better resources. I mean, I don't know if these count as ore, or actually it calls them precious metals rather than precious ores or anything like that. So I suspect that means they're actually ready to do stuff with. So I might not need to. I might not need to do any processing. I might just be able to straight up sell them. I mean, I'm sure I'll be able to straight up sell them anyway, but I might be able to sell them quite quickly and cheaply. I noticed that they're not dropping stuff off quite as quickly as I would like. Presumably, is that because they are putting? Yeah, I see. They're putting it in the drone bay, and then we need a crew member to come over and grab it. And the crew members are not being quite as proactive about doing that as I would like. I am also going to need significantly more storage space for miscellaneous cargo over here. So let's do that. Okay. Well, let's undo that bit then and that bit. And just make all of this into storage space for cargo. Because we're going to get quite a lot in. This has been quite lucrative, actually. I should go after derelicts more often. Nice and easy as well. I don't know whether this scrap is valuable or whether it's just the boxed stuff. But this is pretty good. I do have a lot of crew members just standing around. I wonder if can I make the area just inside here storage for something else. What I want to do is I want to turn this. I want to have a purple chest on the back of here, so stuff gets taken away a bit more quickly. But I'm not sure how to do that, or if I even can. Yes, so stuff is getting passed out and put into the ship here, and people are coming over to grab it. So it's not just sitting in the inside the drone bay doors. So we've got, he takes that greener thing away, and now the hyperspace sensor is there. He takes the hyperspace sensor away, and now there's something else there. Can I sort of want to have have something to tell the guys to hang around a bit closer to where everything's coming from. We do seem to have done quite a good job of looting this derelict, though, which is rather nice. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 things, about 5 things left. Let's try and bring the cruiser a little bit further over this way. Because I only have engines on the back, in order to turn, I have to fire the main engines up. So it's going to sort of turn round on itself, kind of like this. Which I think I'm just, at this point, basically just orbiting the wreck. And to be honest, the limiting factor in how fast we can do this looting is the drone bay and how fast, or rather, is how fast the crew members are actually taking stuff away from the drone bay. Oh, I thought that was a life belt in case somebody fell overboard. But no, it's an energy coil. That makes a lot more sense. Motor, railgun slugs, nice. Copper ingots, deuterium, processors, frames. I don't know what frames are for. Lots of food. I think that's food we already had. Scrap metal, load of water, more deuterium, food. Right, more exciting. What have we got up here? We've got short robot arms. We've got a hyperspace sensor, another Gatling gun, a gas collector, a machine, a waste management treatment machine. 2 waste treatment machines. Excellent. So all of these things coming together, they're going to allow me to... I'm going to be able to build quite a lot of the extra stuff I was going to want to put together for this ship just on what I've managed to loot from here. So that's fantastic. What are you guys grabbing now? Are you going out and collecting scrap? Yes, you are. Okay. Oh, and that's working a bit more quickly because that's able to be stacked up on the inside here. It's a bit of a problem with this game that I can't see what's behind walls, and I don't know. I don't know if I can rotate the view. Not zoom in and out. But still, the drones are running a bit more quickly now, and we're gradually filling the ship up with scrap. So over here we've got 15 of it. And I think we might as well continue to plunder everything. We'll find out what this stuff is worth and whether picking up all the scrap is actually pointless or not. Actually, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to fly away a little bit and then come back in again and try and get myself like right on top of the derelict ship, so that my logistics drones can do things a little bit more quickly, because this is a bit slow. But yeah, if I stop about here, there we go. Now they don't have to fly quite as far to load everything up, and because now that we're collecting scrap rather than actual boxes of important things, they can chuck them in here a lot more quickly. And the limiting factor is now how fast. It's not quite how fast the drones can fly around, because that guy there is just sitting there lazily. But oh, it's SC button. Oh, I see. Okay, that's quite nice. Yeah. So. But again, we're still stacking up a load of scrap metal inside the drone bay. There doesn't seem to be a way to have more stuff available here. I guess if I'm going to do a lot of this derelict looting, what I would need to do is have multiple drone bays along the side, which certainly makes a load of sense. So we'll do with that at some point. In the meantime, I feel like having a hyperspace sensor was a useful thing, but I can't remember why. So let's stick one in over here and see if we can do some science. You know, I've got it. It didn't cost me anything. Let's stick it in there. Similarly with the waste treatment plant, we'll put this guy in over here. What do you have as an input? Okay, whatever it is, it comes in through the pipes, so that's fine. We can stick it up there. Could do with one of those. Short robot arm, I don't have any use for at the moment. Ladders, fine. Don't need that. The other Gatling gun, we'll put it in over here for, reasons of symmetry. A gas collector. That would logically go over here, I suppose. No, wait, that's an internal gas collector. It says it's an exterior vent, but I can only put it internally. We'll put it here for now then. See how we get on with it. And a fabricator sounds fun, so let's have one of them, even though I don't have any actual real need for it at the moment. But we'll put it in anyway and see what we can do with it. And then, of course, everything needs to be cabled up. That cable runs around the outside of the ship. That can only be a bad idea. Right. Oh, and this guy as well. Okay. Have we run out of power yet? Output 15 megawatts, demand 14 megawatts. So we're very nearly there. If I turn all of these things on at once, then we're probably going to have power problems. Can I find out where my power is going? What do these other buttons do? Exterior view, nice. Habitation view, okay, that's up there. And it's gradually filling up with sewage, so we need to do something about that. Atmosphere is fine, unexpectedly. Jobs, okay, so this shows me what my guys are up to. There's one over here who is, he's bringing ammunition around to the Gatling gun. I should probably put in another bullet storage area here, and then buy enough ammunition that they're both full, so that there's ammunition available for both the Gatling guns. But we can buy some of that later. There's no trading to do here though. My fabricator is stopped. Okay, I can make bits and pieces. Those are all no doubt going to be very useful, and my robot arm will be handy for passing them around. Let's close that. Gas collector is not doing anything at the moment, but might at some point. However, I did notice, if we go back over to schematic, it has a gas output here, so I'm going to need a tank if I want that to do anything useful. At the moment, we've filled up with 788 CO2s, and we're not doing anything with the sewage yet. Okay, so there's not going to be any contracts available here, presumably, because I'm in the middle of nowhere. So now my bots have basically finished looting this remains of this ship here. So I think we'll wait for them. Presumably we'll wait for them to all come back on board. Yes, we do, like that. Because we don't want to leave them behind. I paid actual money for them, so you know they're kind of valuable. So if my crew members could just do their jobs and bring everything back on board, that'd be very much appreciated. There we go. And now let's decide where to go next. So we are currently here. There's hostiles here. There's plot-related things over here, which sounds dangerous. I've just come from 4. That's where I started. There's a shipyard and a colony over here, though. So let's go to here and see if we can find. Let's go over to NG7, restock on all of the essentials, including bullets, and see what's available see what missions are available over there. There's a comet over here. I don't know what that's going to mean, but I guess we'll go and find out at some point soon. Right, so we do the twirly thing where we try and point in a useful direction again, and maybe we switch back over to normal view. There we go, normal view. So we've got piles and piles of scrap metal. I think I'll just offload that and sell it. At this stage, there's nothing for me to do with it really. Jump. But otherwise, I've got a load of water, I've got a load of food. These all sound like good things to have supplies of. I have to make sure I've always got a plentiful supply of, which is what I tried to do with the automatic auto. It's very purple here. Gosh. I could fabricate a new ship as well, but I don't think I want to. Some of this stuff, though, a lot of this stuff can probably be sold. So here comes a what's the name ship with presumably the FTL charges, and so is that all? Is that the only thing we're auto buying at the moment? It does seem to be. But I've now got the 10 of those that I expect to have. There's 9 of them. I don't know why there's only 9 rather than 10, but sure. Let's have a look at trading then. My auto trade is set up to ask for 10 fuels. I can't move this window. That's annoying. I don't currently. I see. It's because I don't have any money at the moment. I've spent it all. Right. In that case, we definitely need to sell some stuff. So, what have we got that I might want to sell? I've already got one waste treatment machine, so let's sell that, and that goes for 40 grand. Lovely. I don't think I need another ladder. I'm going to hang on to the robot arm because that sounds like a useful thing. I'm definitely going to keep the fuel and the oxygen, the charges, the railgun. Railgun slugs. I'll probably get a railgun at some point. Water, food, keeping that. Deuterium, it's worth quite a lot. How much does that cost to buy? Do I get a purchase price as well? No, I don't. Let's sell the deuterium for now, and let's sell all the scrap metal. I don't think that's going to be particularly useful yet. And same with the precious metals. So I've made 99 grand now so far. And that seems to be all the stuff I actually want to sell at the moment. So we'll confirm that sale. The crewmen will presumably come running in order to help me unload that. I wonder what would happen if I jump to light speed now when I've got the money but haven't actually unloaded the stuff. I don't know, but we'll find out another time, I'm sure. Okay, back to trading. So over to the auto trade. Presumably that's now going to. Am I going to get a load of this stuff arriving? Maybe. now that I've actually got some money to afford it. I guess we'll see. We'll wait and see. Oh, there are ships available for purchase as well. Nice. Okay, but the main reason... We only seem to have got rid of about half the stuff I wanted to sell. In fact, some of the stuff I haven't even been able to... Didn't even come up in the list, like these energy coils and processors and whatnot. Those didn't crop up as being available for me to sell. That's interesting. You've still got the scrap metal, so let's get rid of that. We've still got some deuterium. No. Deuterium. Those are auto things. Scrap metal. Sell above 1. Technically I want to sell above 0. Just get rid of scrap metal for the time being. Components. Right, so we've got these things. Can I not sell those? Oh, I can. No, wait, is that purchasing? I have no idea whether I'm purchasing or... Yeah, I seem to be... Yeah, there's no options, as far as I can tell, there's no options to sell some of these components, which is interesting. But anyway, I'm still a bit short of cash, so the main reason we're here is to have a look at some contracts. And they are now almost entirely go off and fight some people, which is not ideal. We could go off and try and attack one of these armoured... The armoured thugs, perhaps, would be a nice simple one. Small fleet of hostile ships, harassing terrain, trouble system, engage and destroy them. You require an armed combat ship. Mission has been assigned a difficulty rating of 1. So, that's a large ship arriving. That's very Star Wars. Okay, let's where's this one going to? NGO. Okay, we've been there. That's fine. 54 grand. I think that's probably worthwhile. Let's have that one. And also, let's take the lowest priced, the armored thugs one over here. We'll go and do that afterwards. Oh yeah, chat box is bigger. You're right. Should we put that over this? Let's put that over on the right-hand side for this stream, because that seems to be a. It doesn't seem to be being used quite as much as the left-hand side. I think that's probably better. Let me know if you'd like me to do something different with it. Oh, that would make sense, Petey, if I need to be at an industrial planet to sell components. You may be right. I have no idea at this stage, so we'll find out. Yes, that's a point. I'm streaming at. I'm playing at 1440, but streaming at 1080. Let's see if let's drop the game resolution down to 1080. And then in big... Why are you the wrong aspect ratio? That is not 1920 by 10... Oh, 1920 by 1280. I can't read. 1920 by 1080. And the game crashed. Oh, for goodness sake. This is what I get for playing alpha games, I suppose. I wonder if it's got an autosave or if I'm going to have to actually start again. It did fit quite nicely with the chat box, yes. Maybe that's the answer. I have noticed there are a number of streamers out there who will do things like who will have what I consider to be a very, very overly complicated background. Load game. Autosave, hurrah! Thank goodness for that. We'll have an overly complicated background that includes sort of widgets to see you can see them through, and then chat interface and so on. And as far as I can tell, all that really does is make it very, very hard to see what they're actually what they've got going on their screen, because it just makes everything so much smaller. Ooh, another hail from Commander Harkin. People, yeah, okay, right. Okay, well, it's the same plug again. That's fine. Okay, so we've been put back a little bit to before I sold all that junk, but to be honest, that's not too bad. I've had much worse. I have in the past lost a lot more game time to things going wrong. Right, so we don't want that. We don't want that. We do want the do. Let's sell the railgun slugs for the time being. I was going to sell the deuterium and the scrap metal and the precious metals. Oh, now I can sell these bits. I'm going to just sell them all for now because they didn't cost me anything to buy and they're taking up valuable space on my ship. So there we go. Made a little bit more money this time. None of this stuff is really worth very much. So obviously you need to build it in, make it in massive quantities and sell it then to get anything useful. Right, is this any better now that it's at 1080p rather than 1440? It is slightly worse for me because it's now not filling the screen, but next time I'll drop the resolution of my screen down to match it or something, so it'll be okay. But if this is significantly better for you guys, then that's worth having. What are you looking for in the trade window, Planer? Oh right, you wanted to see if you could read the stuff. Fair enough, that's fair. The text looks the same size to me, which means it should look a bit bigger to you because I've essentially zoomed in. Okay. That's a shame. I'm not sure what to do about that. I can't. It should be legible. I suppose it's in a Twitch window. You're seeing it as not full screen because it's going to be visible because it's going to be on Twitch. So not sure what we can do about that, I'm afraid. If you have bright ideas, then I would be interested to hear them. But I think we might just have to accept that I'll try and read out a lot of the text, or at least talk about what's popping up on the screen. So we have now my available contracts have changed quite a bit. That's a shame. So I don't have that one for carrying people around available anymore. However, there is still an eradicate armoured thugs. So let's go and see if we can get rid of these guys. It's only a difficulty rating of 1, and I've got 2 sets of guns on the front of here. So let's take our life in our hands, and also let's buy some more bullets as well because I feel like that might be a good idea. Weapon control center. 200 grand though. I can't afford it, but it might be nice. Oh, it allows a weapons officer to control multiple weapons. Maybe that's what a weapons officer is for. They go with the weapons control center, whereas otherwise you have 1 crewman on each gun. I don't know. I'm making stuff as I go along. You might be able to tell, but let's just buy all of it. Whatever. What the hell? Right. Whereas otherwise, maybe I get 1 crewman on this one and 1 crewman on this one. So if you have a large number of weapons, it's better to have a weapons officer and a console, and he can run them all at the same time, just all by himself. Right, here are all of my bullets. There we go. And now we have a brief frenzy from the crewman to move it all around to where it belongs, and then I guess we're going to go over to. There's a derelict here as well. Well, that's nice, isn't it? So I guess we'll go off and deal with that. Or at least attempt to, and find out how combat works. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Playnot. Yes, theatre mode and chat is basically it's filling the screen with stream related stuff because you can't have all of it. Overshot a little bit on the alignment there. Yes, you can't have all of the you can't full screen the game or full screen the video and still be able to chat around it. So yeah, that makes perfect sense. As I say, I will try to read out or at least talk about what's going on. Right, so we have there's the enemy. There's the enemy ship. Okay, so we'll head over towards this one. Head over this way. Am I in tactical? No, I'm in tactical. Wait, what? Why am I in? Could I have actual functioning tactical mode, please? Why am I not able to control my ship? Why do I appear to be drifting dead in space? Yes, okay, I know that. Yeah, I've done battle stations, but I don't have any control over my ship. When I'm in tactical mode, I'm supposed to be able to set instructions. And that has been working, but that worked before when I was out at the previous thing. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, done that. Is this a thing that doesn't work if you're not full screen for, I don't know, related reasons? I'm going to go back to full screen and see if that fixes it. Oh, right. Ah, thank you. Yes, that seems to be it. I'd selected a different... yes, you're quite right. I'd selected a different ship, and that's why it didn't work. Weapons. They're only point defense, really, but we'll go in and see what we can do. Of course, problem is my guns are all forward firing, but we'll see how this goes. Try and turn. Oh, no. Could we fire the guns, please? That'd be much appreciated. Rather than just taking enormous amounts of damage. No, full throttle. I may be bad at this, but we're swinging around now, so hopefully that'll bring the guns to bear. And we can chase down that thing that looks like it's trying to be some sort of knockoff Starship Enterprise. Okay, we don't have an enormously long range on the guns, but we're nearly in range now. Open fire. Maybe I right-click to shoot? Yes, I right-click to shoot. Okay. Aim for the front of it, because it's more like to hit. We're picking up quite a lot of damage from this. If my guns would start firing, that would be appreciated. Oh, I see. When it says hold, when it says fire versus hold down there, that's not click the button to do the thing. Also, we're rattling through ammunition fairly quickly there. Additionally, we seem to be losing this fight. I'm at 15% damage. They're at 7% damage. Could we attack their guns, perhaps? Is that a thing we can do? No. I don't know how to... I don't really... Yeah, I did. I worked out I switched from fire to hold eventually, but unfortunately it took a little while to do so. Oh, they've stopped shooting. We are still shooting. That's a good sign. Let's... All stop. Right, okay. They seem to have run out of ammunition. I'm still firing. This is a good sign. They're attempting to dodge, which is going alarmingly well. I think if I'm going to attack, if I'm going to get into a fight, I probably need to have longer range weapons. So we'll take that under advisement. Yes, I think cannons would be a good idea. It turns out these point defense guns, whilst cheap and cheerful, are not the most effective weapons I could possibly have bought. And we've got him up to 15% damage. I don't know how my ammunition is holding up because I'm busy looking at other things at the moment. But we are doing significant amounts of damage, I think. Can we not have that up? There we go. Yeah, we're chewing away at his armour a little bit. And we have successfully exhausted his supply of ammunition. Well, at least for the point defense guns. The point defense miniguns down there have run out. I think he's got a cannon on the front. Maybe we'll be able to steal that if we ever manage to wear his health down. I think we might not, though. That might be my total ammunition. I suspect I'm going to run out of ammo before I kill it. So it might be that we just straight up can't deal with this guy with the weapons we have on board because he's too tough. Too tough for the amount of ammunition we brought, which would be is a bit ridiculous. But yeah, because we've done. Yeah, so we've basically eaten through all of the ammunition, and he's still at 75% health. So that was a bit of a fail, unfortunately. Pod him, yes. Yes, I think as Johnny says, some cannons would be a very good idea. So let's get a little bit away from him. This probably isn't going to work. He's going to swing round and shoot me in the back with his because he's got cannons. But if I can run away a bit and then go faster than light, then maybe I'll be able to go and get some proper guns that will do a bit more useful ammunition, a more useful amount of damage, and then I can come back and finish him off. He's got the same number of engines as I have, but he's a significantly larger, he's a slightly larger ship, which hopefully means he's slower, which means I can then sector map. I can then choose to jump to there's a colony over here. So if we go there. My biggest concern at this point is that we're going to get severely attacked whilst aligning for the jump. I can't move any of these windows around, which is a little bit annoying, but never mind. Okay, we are aligned. And jump. Hopefully, that's not going to be a mission fail. It's going to be a restart. I should have gone to a shipyard. Oh, well, never mind. Right, let's buy some weapons. So I need a cannon, at least one cannon. And I need cannon shells. And I need more. I don't really need more bullets. They were useless. So let's just get the cannon for now. Yes, I think a shipyard would have been a better place to go to, but I didn't. So dismantle one of the cannons. We'll take that one out. And storage-wise, we'll get rid of that. And we'll put in the shiny new cannon. Now, I don't know if I should put this on the front or not, really. Do you go there? Yes, you go. Yes, you go there. I feel like having weapons on the sides might be quite good for when you end up in that sort of circling round people. Thunk, there we go. So put that there, and then we'll put some storage for my cannon shells in next to it, like that. Get that set up. And then runs a cable to it because it's going to need power in a slightly different place to the machine gun, because of course it is. But there we go. So we're going to try that. I would like to have a railgun. I imagine I probably can't afford it though. Railgun, 100 grand. No, I can't afford a railgun. I need to do some other things first. Presumably, since I'm here, can I perform repairs? No, I need to go to a shipyard to do, well, anything at all. Probably. I don't see any repair things in the tray, contract, power grid. What does that tell me? 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14. That's still less than 15, so that's probably okay. I could do research as well. Sweet. Presumably that requires me to do get research points. Okay, so I need a scientist, I need a science matron. Fair enough. Right, let's head back over and see if we can actually do this properly this time. So we've got that one there. That's where the combat is. Let's get back over there, see what we can do. Warning, trade incoming. What? Oh right, I bought something and it hasn't arrived yet. Here it comes. Here comes my trade. What have I bought? Is it more fuel or something? Oh, more oxygen. Okay, fair enough. Let's take battle stations off, at least until we've done the jump. Right, so sector map. We want to go to here. Prepare to jump. Oh, we're already pointing the right way. Let's go. Hostile contact, battle stations, tactical, pause. Right, where is he? That's a fuel barge. That's not the guy. There we go, up here, the Predator. Right, so let's just head straight towards him. What's the range of my forward cannon? No, it's forward PDC. Forward cannon, that guy. Okay, it's quite a lot more. The circle comes out to about here, but we're gonna need to get a bit closer. So let's engines up. And we'll see how it goes. Swing round. There we go. Right, so we've got everything on auto now. I've got 284 bullets left, 50 cannon shells. I hope that's going to be enough. We'll find out how we get on. Problem is now we're going up against his cannons as well, because we're going face to face. Okay, my cannons are firing. We're doing some damage. Oh, well, my ship has been repaired and his hasn't. Excellent. Right, let's try for the 0 throttle at this point. Okay, and we're using the machine guns again. We're just blasting into his face with the cannon. That's definitely one way to do it. We seem to be winning. Actually, I'm not sure we are. Let's see if we can get round behind him again. That was working really well before. I think I've got more turning capability than he has. Ooh, yes, especially as I'm taking massive quantities of damage at this point. That's not good. So swing round. Yeah, I'm getting hit a lot harder than he was. And we don't want that. This control system is quite weird. Okay, we've both swung around at the same rate. Let's try and get past him again. Yes, I think you're quite right, Peter. The broadsides would have been the way to go. Drop the throttle back because he's slower than me. So we can get turned in round to behind him. We start turn a bit more throttle maybe. Get more. This isn't going quite as I hoped. There we go. We're able to pummel him now with the cannons. That's good. Going too fast. I want to be able to turn faster. No, he's out-turning me at this point. Oh, he's got side thrusters as well. That's why he's able to turn better. I think I'm faster though, which seems to be working quite well from my point of view. There we go, because then I can swing around and do that sort of attack. Oh, my damage is going down. His doesn't seem to be. That's a good sign from my point of view. I guess I've got crew members running around doing repair work and he hasn't. Yes. In the interest of learning, No Guard is spot on. Sorry, I thought it was Peter who said it, but no, yeah, No Guard is spot on that designing the ship to do broadsides is the way to go. Although I do remember actually seeing something in, I think it was talking about The Expanse, where it was observed that most of the time when you're shooting an enemy ship with space, you want to be shooting from out the back of your ship, because the chances are either you're better equipped than somebody, in which case you're flying towards them as fast as you can, and then you want to slow down quickly in order to hit them as hard as possible, as much as possible, or you're trying to get away from them because they're better than you. In which case you want to be accelerating as hard away from them as fast as possible in the hope that you get to escape. And in either one of those cases, you want the guns to actually be on the opposite end, on the same end of your ship as your engines. I don't know whether that's going to apply to this game as well or not, but it would be but it's an interesting thought when you're so used to the Star Wars style. A fat duck fighter is coming in apparently. I wonder if it's going to help. It does kind of look like a fat duck. I got distracted by the fat duck. Please shoot the predator. Which is now at 70% damage, so things are going reasonably well here. We are great. Oh no, the fat duck has run away. We are winning, especially as my ship has been repaired. I don't know what it's been repaired with. I would expect that to involve resources. So maybe some of the no, because I sold all the bits and pieces that we had left over. So I don't know. Can we please turn a little bit faster? There we go. Okay, so the faster I'm going, the faster I can turn. That's worth knowing. Oh, I forgot to tell it. Stop telling it to turn. Yeah, this is the problem. So you tell it which direction to go in, and the ship will turn until it's pointing in that direction. But then you run out of turn instruction if you're not careful, which is a little bit weird. Oh yes, you're right. I didn't. I've got 13 rounds left. I alt-tabbed out the game. No, I've got 13 rounds left. 10. Yeah, I might need to do another shopping trip, which is ridiculous. Fortunately, there doesn't seem to be any time limit on these missions. So that's, I guess, is the problem with being a noob at the game is I don't know how much ammunition I'm going to need for whatever I'm trying to do. So it's 84 damage. It's going to be close. I might have enough ammunition. His engine's on fire, which is a nice thing. Or one of his engines is on fire. Is he now derelict and just floating in space? Ooh, 98%. One more shot. I've got one shot left. Wow. That was spot on. My last shell was enough to finish it off. Oh, that was ridiculously close. Okay, so I've completed the hostile assault mission, and now there is loot to be looted, including a spacesuit over there. Oh, and a dead bloke. Great, lovely. Yes, exactly, and just continue to orbit command would be extremely useful. But we'll give the bots a moment or two to harvest everything. Now, if I'm going to do this sort of thing often, I'm going to need more drone bays along here, I think. This side of the ship should probably be entirely drone bays, and then maybe this side of the ship should be entirely cannons, to get me that extra input throughput on both damage and damage output and supply input. So hey, more oxygen, nice. I certainly won't say no to that. And then we've got a load of bits of scrap to pick up as well, which are, it turns out, are not particularly valuable, but we'll pick them up anyway. I think the drones are reasonably sensible about going out and picking up valuable stuff first. Oh, that's another thought. How is my fuel holding up? So I've ripped through all of my fuel canisters, but my fuel tank is still mostly full. Okay, because if I got stuck out here, that'd be extremely embarrassing. Yes, agreed. Side thrusters do seem to be a good idea because he had some of those, and that's why it wasn't even more of a obvious straight up sweeping victory. So that's something else that needs to go in at the front of the ship, I guess. Yes, guns out of the ship are good. More ammunition, good. All the ammo, yeah, well, yes, all the ammunition possible is one good idea. Fortunately, there's no such thing as ramming in this game, but yeah, yes, an orbit the thing automatically will be useful. I don't know if there's a target specific parts of the enemy ship. That would be rather useful. Once I got into a good position to be hammering the enemy, but at it was staying in a sensible place behind him or next to him worked quite well. I do fully agree that in the future, though, especially if I'm going to be doing again against anything else, having a bit more what's the word I'm looking for? Having a bit more thrust control will be very, very useful. I thought there was a derelict in this system as well, but there doesn't appear to be. That must have been the previous time I jumped in, and it's now no longer there, which is a bit of a shame. Oh well. So we have now looted the hostile ship. We've gained 40 grand from attacking that. So I guess that means it's time to skedaddle back to skedaddle back to somewhere to look for some more contracts to do. So let's have a look at the map. Okay, I'll have to try that next time, Johnny. Thank you. That's very worth knowing. So NG7 has a shipyard and a colony. Let's go there. Restock, resupply, just everything. Get the ship up to being ready to go out and, well, attack more stuff. So I do wonder what's the point of the point defense guns. They do very little damage against ships. Maybe there's going to be missiles of some sort that we'll be able to use them against in the future. But at the moment, they don't seem to actually be useful. Yeah, anti-missile makes a lot of sense. That is what I would expect what I would expect point defenses to be for. I just don't see. They just don't. Well, in that engagement, there weren't any missiles, and last I looked, missiles weren't really a thing. I didn't see any missile. Or no, rephrase that. I didn't see any missile launchers here. Ooh, can make ammunition ourselves. Nice. Yeah, we've got a Gatling gun, we've got a rail gun, and we've got a cannon. There don't seem to be missile launchers, so yeah, I don't know. We'll hang on to the Gatling gun for now anyway, just in case it turns out to be useful. Fuel, oxygen, FTL, scrap metal. Sell the scrap metal. It's not worth very much, but we'll sell it for 60 space bucks. We'll keep the spacesuits because anything else seems silly. We don't seem to have really gained all that much loot from that engagement. I guess maybe we gained some oxygen. Oh, Gatling guns are good against meteors. Okay. Right, so let's move this cannon. Dismantle the cannon. Install... Oh, we can't do it yet. Remove the storage area as well. Clonk, 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 clonk. Bing! Right, there we go. Install cannon over here. And let's try and buy some more cannons. 2 more of those. I can't afford that. Let's not do that then. No, let's undo that. Let us instead buy cannon shells. What we? Oh, yeah, cannons are 50 grand. Okay, so we won't be buying one of those because that's all my money. Instead, we'll buy they're 5 each, and so I did buy a lot. I bought 10 stacks of cannon shells. I guess I'll buy 21 stacks of cannon shells because 10 is woefully. 10 stacks was barely enough for that. So we're gonna need a lot of ammunition here. Now I am going to put a storage area all the way along here because I'm planning to fill this up with cannons at some point. And that will not be for cargo. Let's get that right. That will be for cannon shells. There we go. Can you build things on the diagonals? Good question. Probably not. No. Can't even put storage chunks in there. Right, so there's my cannon cannon ammunition. Oh yes, I need to plug it in. That would help. Cables. Zoot. Like that. Right, so I'm going to need some contracting at this point. Passenger transport, excellent. So you need to go to NG8, NG11, NG0. Let's just take all of these. Oh, and I've run out of cabin space. Let's try and build some more cabin space. And why can't I do this? I need a thruster in order to dock with a stranded ship. Okay. Well, that's something I do want anyway at some point, but not just yet because I can't afford it. So construction. Let's try and put some editor. Let's try and put some more habitation space in. There we go. In fact, let's put even more habitation space in. How much is that going to cost me? Okay, only 1,600. Fine, we'll do that. Are these tiles where? Yes, these are areas that have been repaired from after the combat. That's quite cool. Right. Anyway, yes, that's going to be a little bit more habitation space. So now hopefully I can go back into the contracts and accept that one. No, I've not got 25 free cabins anyway. Still. Habitation. What did it tell me? Okay, I've got 72 at the moment, but I don't know how many people I've got on board ship. That much more? I don't know how big I can make my cabins, really, before I run out of sanity. There we go. Now we can take that. Okay, so I've got 22 people going to 8. 25 going to 11. And 27 going to 0. Okay, we'll go to 0 first. In order to get them on, in order to do as many as possible. Just in case I can pick more up from 0, really. Map, take me to 0. Oh, it shows me all the places where I need to go to anyway. So that's quite nice. So yeah, let's get these guys moved over. That's a really there's a fleet that I have to go up to, which is 226,000, but I suspect I probably can't do that. Ooh, hang on, there's some courier missions as well. Let's have that one, because that's a place I'm already going to. And that courier system, NG11, that's somewhere I'm already going as well. And that one is to NG0. Right, yeah, we'll just take all of those as well. As many missions as possible. Take all of the missions. We've got plenty of space on this ship. We'll it'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen? Bing, 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 bing. Come on, crew members. Stick all that in the cargo area. So there's a chance, I suppose, of overloading the ship slightly, but I've got plenty of cargo space at the moment, and I can assign all of this to cargo space as well if I want to. In fact, this should probably be food and water over here at some point. But most of this seems to be going to NG0, so I'll be able to do a massive unload when I get there. Right, it all seems to be aboard. Is that all supplied? All supplied, all supplied. Cool. 0. Now we can jump. Go. These courier missions kind of feel a bit too easy, because maybe if you had to go to a specific place in that in that zone, but you don't. You just have to jump into the zone, and then a ship comes over like this, and we unload a load of the boxes, or the ship just flies off again. I'm not sure whether I feel like that's... Oh, okay, there's another ship coming in. Fine. The shuttle wasn't big enough for everything in the previous... Or maybe that took the people, and this one's taking the cargo. Right. And nope, here come the people and the cargo. That's going to be a very crowded shuttle on its way over to the... on its way down to the planet from here, or down over to wherever it's going. But, oh well. Right, there we go. So that one's completed. Nice. And got some money. Lovely. Unloading the cargo, shoving that into the ship. Oh, there's another cargo one done there. So it's going to be another chunk of cash. Lovely. Oh, first shuttle was the auto trade. Yes, that makes sense. Right, so those are all completed, and we've got 12 XP in the logistics. Oh, no, we've got 35 XP on the logistics side, which has got me up to still on rank 0, because, to be honest, that was a very absolutely trivial mission, and still on rank 1 of humanitarian, transporting people around. Okay, but there's still a little bit left to do. We've got these two to take over to places. We've got cargo to take somewhere as well. So let's have a look at the map and see where else we expect to go. So we need to go over to here. That's the delivery and the passengers. Oh, actually, no, before we do that. So we're going to 11 and 8 at the moment. Let's see if there's any useful contracts before I set off. Manufacture resources I can't do. Production can't do. Production contract can't do. Attack and destroy. No. Right, okay, so there's no other easy missions I can take from here at this stage. And we've got some more stuff being taken away. Maybe that was another auto drop off. I'm not sure. We do seem to never have enough fuel though, which is odd, because I thought... Oh, unless it's counting the fuel that's in the tank as well. Auto trade, fuel. Let's put that up to 15. I'd like to have some, I'd like to have some fuel stacked up along here, because it'd make me feel better. Even if this tank is full and that is loads and loads of fuel. The other thing I need to consider is when I fill up my medium tank with CO2 over there, I need to come up with some way of scrubbing that. Also, I need to sort out what's happening with the... Yeah, there we go. We've got output blocked. I need a tank to collect the meteon gas as well. So actually, you know what? Let's buy that as well, because I think that's I have a medium tank brought over as well. We'll load that up with meteon gas. And how does this guy work? Hyperspace sensor. What do you do? How do I make you do? I don't know. Maybe that's what I need. Maybe I need a scientist in the scientometron for that. We'll see. You know, it occurs to me while I'm here, I could buy an extra cannon. So I'll have that brought over, and some more cannon shells. See how long that takes to arrive. Okay, so here's my additional fuel probably. So yeah, I'll get a bit more cannon ammunition up here. Oh, I can go out of battle stations and let that guy come out and be useful doing other things. And has the cannon been delivered? Yes. So putting a second cannon over here like that. Cable it up like that. It's drag, not click and click. And then I also wanted to install a medium tank down here. And then hook that up with a pipe. Like, hang on, like this. There we go. I thought pipes were yellow. Maybe it depends what's in them. So there we go. Now we've got 29 Metreon gas, and we'll see if we pick up more as we carry on. Right, things have calmed down once again now. So let's go back to the sector map. Let's go over here to the colony and jump. Oh, the hyperspace sensor isn't using this game mode. Oh, great. Okay, well, we'll in that case, thank you for letting me know. That explains why it didn't seem to be doing anything. We'll dismantle it and sell it when we get to the next stop. Whee! This is a long flight this time. I think it takes a longer amount of time. I think it still only uses 1 FTL charge for each jump, which is a little bit odd, but never mind. Right, so we are here. So we can turn in, I said, we can turn in contract, we can turn in contracts. That's those two. There's 1 passenger transport mission left to do. But while we're here, deliver, accepted that one. Rescue civilians, I still can't do that. Still don't want to do that. Ah, courier missions. Require a logistics rating of 1. Okay, so I need to do more courier missions before I can do the courier mission. Lovely. Oh, unless this one is enough for me to level up. So we've completed that contract. Money comes in, lovely, just what I wanted, and we gain a bit of, still not enough to level up to humanitarian 2. Ah, there we go. Logistics rank 1. So that means now I can go into contracts and I can take these ones on. What is that? So 8 and both to 8. Okay, well, we'll take those. What do I have to do there? Combat rating of at least 2. Okay. I'm still not going to do that one. Right, so here comes the cargo for the next mission. That's going to 8. Oh, I've got a time limit on this one. I guess that means we're going to be going there first. Where's the cargo to? That's to NG8. Did I want to go there anyway? I have lost track already. Oh no, everything needs to go there, so that's fine. Are we all loaded? Yes, we are. Okay, well there is some excitement and time limits, so let's just go rather than faffing around. Let's just try and get this done as quickly as possible. That is a really annoying blipping noise. Can we? Nope, it still does it even if I minimise it. You can go away, right? Passenger on the ship, right? So off we go. Jump. Yeah, this is a really long flight to get all the way across the top of the map, top of the world. Yeah, maybe I'd fly better if I was a bit more loaded. Ooh, that's a nice planet in the background there. Right, so turn in. Ooh. Turn in. I've got 231 seconds left to do this, so it's basically down to how fast the shuttle arrives at this point, isn't it? Oh, I've now got insufficient power. Right, so that sounds like I need another reactor in order to power this ship properly. Bing, 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 bing noises. I hear triumphant music in the background. Is that because I've just... Oh, it's because there's a massive ship has just arrived. Okay. Or maybe it's because I'm completing a mission. Who knows? Right, so I've got humanitarian rank of 2, which is about to go... Well, maybe about to go up. And my logistics rating is going up as well. And again over there. Or maybe it's because I dinged in humanitarian ratings. I'm honestly not sure. But, right, we now have loads of money. Oodles and oodles of cash. Lovely. Armoured beast, you say? That's quite a busy ship. And there's a starbase over here. Well, that's quite cool. I like that. Let's go back to my ship. Alright, so there's no derelicts around here to loot, but on the plus side, I've managed to gain quite a lot of money just from running people around there. Looking in the contracts, so we can see those can all go away now because they're completed. So we've got more passenger transport requests and also some rescue civilians. Now, rescuing civilians seems to be quite lucrative, and I think that's going to be a little bit more interesting than just transporting people around. They're going to 11. They're going to 7. This is from System 2. System 2 as well. Oh, I see. So, can I get to a different system? Presumably I can. I don't know how to zoom further out to go to more systems. There's just the... I should probably go off and have a look at one of these at some point. Yeah, so when I played it before, there was a thing where if you went all the way to the edge of the system, you could then jump to another star, not galaxy, but subcluster, or I don't know what. That doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. It is. I just have access to this area. Maybe it's another engine type I need to buy. Let's have a look in the trades thing. Yes, you do need proper accommodations to transport people. That's on a different floor. So if I go into the editor, this is the ground, the first level of my ship. And then we've got the second level over here, which is the accommodation bay. So you'll see whenever I do a transporting people mission, they all come flooding onto the ship, go through here, and then they go up the ladder into the accommodation areas. Then when I arrive wherever, they come pouring down the ladder and then out the doors over here. My accommodation area may be filling up with sewage. That's something I should probably consider at some point, which is lovely and gross. I don't know how to check that. Can I like this? No, I don't seem to have an indicator for that. But I remember that being a thing. Oh well, we'll worry about that another time. For the moment, I want to upgrade my ship a little bit. So I'm going to get a third cannon. I'm not going to get a munitions bench. I'll get another 5 of these because they're there. Energy, I need another reactor because I'm running out of power. And let's get a couple of batteries, just because it seems like a good idea. Solar panel is an interesting thought. Each generates 10 megawatts. That's pretty good. I need scaffolding for them as well. Okay, we'll worry about that another time, I think, then. Habitation, loaded doors, docking ports, salvage pipes. Waste treatment machine is probably a good idea. Yeah, let's have a think about cleaning the ship up a bit, dealing with some of the stuff that we're acquiring. So we've got oxygen. We're capable of pumping oxygen into the ship and taking the carbon dioxide out, but we're not doing anything with the carbon dioxide. We're also not doing anything with the sewage that's being produced. So let's do that. Then an oxygen maker extracts oxygen from water. Okay, so I'm going to need another loader. Oh yes, I do have a waste treatment machine. You're right. Thank you. Cancel that. Hydroponic garden. Okay. Sure. But not... Well, I could put in a hydroponic garden. It's only 20 grand. Oh, I've already run up a bill of 225. So what's the expense? What stuff I bought that's so expensive? Oh, batteries. Batteries are really expensive, apparently. And reactors are really expensive. Okay, that makes my power generation plans a little bit more awkward. Oh, it's the cannons as well. Cannons are expensive, and then the ammunition probably isn't cheap. And an oxygen maker. Okay, we'll continue buying canned oxygen for time being, because I do need another reactor. Okay, in that case, let's chuck out a not resources, components, a piece of. What was it? Was it frame? I can't remember. Solar panel, scaffolding. So solar panel. We'll have 2 of those to keep the ship symmetrical, and scaffolding. I don't know how to make scaffolding. Oh, that's in the construction thing, isn't it? So. Not construction, editor. We can put in scaffold, like. I've probably lost all that stuff I was planning to. Oh no, I haven't. Let's confirm that. Buy that stuff, And then we can use the editor to whack some scaffolding in over here. Oh, on both sides, conveniently. Here comes all the bits I've just bought. How am I going to install my solar panels? Oh wait, I can't put it there because that's where the docking port is. Never mind. Editor. Let's put them further back. Oh, must have it as a shipyard. Okay, well we'll hang on to those until we find a shipyard. In the meantime, I am going to buy another reactor just because it seems like a good idea. I would like to not run out of power, so we'll have another one of those. And I can just afford it. And that has got through basically all of the money that I earned from doing all that, from transporting all that stuff around. It's just burned through it really rather quickly, but never mind, that's what money's for. And the ship is better than it was before because it's got a second reactor now, or at least it very nearly has. Oh, I wanted another drone bay as well. Oh, they're 80 grand. I can't afford one of those. All right, we'll install the reactor. I'm going to put these back here in the back. In fact, let's dismantle that one, and then we can install it over here as well. And then we can run a cable over to here like this, and we can run a pipe over to here like this, and we can put in a second reactor here. Cable like that, pipe like that. There we go. There we go. That's there. Yeah, and things are lighting back up again now, so that's good. I don't know why those numbers were so big. Is there anything else I can install, sensibly install? Yes, but I can't do anything. I can't do anything with the sewage once we get it out of the habitation decks at this point. Oh, yes, I can. I've got my wastewater plant up here, haven't I? So I've put in a sewage pipe in here, and then a pipe from there to there. Then that can start to run, and I need another tank. Did I bring another tank? I did not bring another tank. Okay, well, we'll do some more building when we get somewhere else and we've got more money available. At least in the meantime, we can put some sewage into there and not do anything with it. I think that's underneath my habitation decks. Looks like. Actually, no, it doesn't look like. I take it back. I think that it needs to not be there. Let's move that to sewage pipe. It'd be nice if it would tell me where is an appropriate place to put it, because I know over here isn't, and I know here is. Let's just put it here then, or here. Then I can run a pipe from there up to there. That's gone straight through the wastewater. No, that won't work. Put that to there. And get rid of all of that. Oh wait, that goes into there. There we go. Right, so now we've pumped that out into here. This will run briefly, and then it'll have some wastewater that we can't do anything with yet. So we need a water purifier. Is that a thing I can buy, actually? Water purifier it is. Oh no, it isn't because there isn't one here. Fair enough. We'll do a little bit at a time. Oh, and thrusters. I wanted thrusters. Okay, well, I'll have 2 of those. They are 10 grand each. I can just afford those. Whack one in up here, one in... Maybe put them here and... I don't know. Maybe move this gas collector. Yeah, we'll dismantle that and install it just over to the side. I can put the thrusters here and here. Then my gas collector can go here instead. And those are presumably they're going to at least need power and probably need well, they're going to probably need power and fuel, aren't they? Oh no, they just need power. Interesting. It makes me wonder how that works, but sure. Okay, you can have that. You can have that. I should have turned that the other way around. but it can have, that can go to there and there. Oh no, that's power, never mind, get rid of that. That was a cable, fine. And then over here, cable that in like that. There's another ship flying through over there, it's fine. Okay, so we've got side thrusters now, which should allow a little bit more maneuverability. I've got 2 cannons on the side for firepower, but I'm going to attempt to not get into too many fights for a little while. Let's try and find somewhere where I can fit some more, fit those solar panels at some point. Okay, but first, contracts. So I've got my side thrusters now, so let's try and do these 2. This is nearby in System 2. And I reckon I don't know how to get to System 2 at this point. So that was going to be is there another type of engine I need? No. Okay, well, let's accept those missions and see if it tells me how to get there. Travel to stranded ship. Marked place on the map. Show on map. Oh, okay. It is. Oh, NG2 is just System 2. Fine. Okay, then that's fine. Career mission NGO, NG4, NG6. Could take those. They're only 20 grand each. This one looks... I don't know if I'm going to have room to rescue the civilians from the 32. No, I think I better not take this one, even though it's quite lucrative, because I don't think I've got enough space on my ship to store everybody. So, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's fly over here. Oh, there we go. Yes, my side thruster is now side thrusting, so we're turning a bit more quickly than we would before. Maybe in theory I should stick another side thruster down here and up here to speed it up even more, but yeah. Right, so based on my understanding, this ship will be drifting along a bit out of control, and I need to try and pull up next to it. Maybe the game will tell me. I guess we'll see. Right, where's my victim? Oh, it's both of them, presumably. That does look quite stranded. Ah, there's a tutorial for it. Now going to learn how to dock to a ship. To get started, switch to tactical mode. Use your ship engines to get close to the ship. Fine. Oh, there's a you must park here thing on it. Okay. So there we go. I need to fly all the way around it. Like this. Let's drop the throttle down a bit, because I can turn on the spot. I'm not sure what hush puppies are, so yes, you're right. That must be that does sound like an American thing. I don't know what hush puppies are. They sound like a type of shoe. Okay, so I need to line up my red plus things with their red plus things. So let's take the throttle down even further, so I've got more time to think about my maneuverings. To go a bit further forwards. Oh, a fried bread ball. I mean, that sounds quite nice. I can see how that would go with fish and chips. But no, it's not a UK thing. There are various things that people do have with fish and chips. Some people are rather partial to pickled onions or curry sauce or things of that sort of ilk. Personally, I just cover mine in salt and vinegar. And come to rest. Open the maneuvering thruster controls. Okay. And I use IJK. Okay. Oh, right. I see. So I can and O and U. Okay. So I can rotate like that. And then I can go. How accurate do I have to be? Oh, there we go. That's accurate enough. Well done. You've docked successfully. Next. And there we go. The all the guys I've rescued from the ship are now pouring on board. Will the ship now explode and I can loot it? That'd be nice, because, you know. All crew have been rescued from the ship. Drop them off at the nearest starbase or colony. And now need to travel to the other stranded ship, which is presumably this one. So if we could fly over here, please. Undock. Right, where are your diamonds? Your diamonds are on that side. Okay, so I need to come over to about here. And then full throttle. Boom. So I'd swing in over here, swing all the way around the outside of it, and then pull up next to it in order to collect. Exactly, it's salvage. It's not even intergalactic law. That's been the law of the sea for forever, as far as I'm aware. That if you come across, if you find something that's basically is flotsam or jetsam, then it's fair game, surely. You know, it's just been abandoned. You're putting in the effort to recover it, so it clearly wasn't wanted by anyone. And if it blows up near you, then it's definitely yours. And even more so if you helped it blow up. That's just fair. You've got to replenish your ammunition somehow. I feel my ship could do with a couple more engines. This is actually, I suppose I can speed it up with the controls up there, but still. And swing round, pull in along here. I've overshot a little bit, but only a little bit. We can make up the difference with the manoeuvring thrusters once we get in close. Right, so pull in along here. Pull up alongside the ship like so, and then judicious use of the side thrusters to move in. Now, I'm not quite sure how this is making me go directly sideways when it's so far forwards like that, but never mind. We'll try not to worry about that too much. And overlap and bing, there we go. Extend the bridge. Clonk. The graphics there could do with a little bit of work, I think, but never mind. Yeah, it's a shame I can't salvage the remains of the ship over here, but oh well. I suppose maybe I could attack it and blow it up, and then I'd be able to salvage the remains of it. Feels a bit cheeky, but you know. Done that. Okay. So apparently there was a comet here. Is that it? Oh yeah, there's a comet here. I don't know if I can do anything with that, but there is a comet here. So hurrah! Right, back to tactical mode. Undock. All is well now. So I guess we'll close the manoeuvring thruster options again, and I guess no, not that button. Out of tactical mode, and now we jump to. Oh, we need to go to a colony, and there's one there. We've been there fairly recently. Oh, there's a derelict down here. That's worth going and investigating. We also know that there's hostiles over here, and a couple of plot elements around as well. So, all right, let's drop the people off, and then nip over to Black Hole Sun and do a plot mission. We'll just leave the remains of the ship here. It'll be fine. Yeah, that's true. We can have another look at the comet in 76 years when it comes back again. That was a really short jump. I approve of that. Okay, so we are parked here now, and yes, turn in the contracts. There we go. And now we can unload all the civvies and get the money from get the moolah from completing a contract and doing our bit for general what's the word I'm looking for generally helping out those less fortunate than us and those with bad pathfinding as well. Bing 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 bing. Payment 96 grand, nice. 127 grand, even nicer. And that's got me up to humanitarian rank 3 as well. So, you know, bonus there as well. And you know, I rescued 66 people, so that's pretty good as well. Right, while we're here, oh no, there's no space, what's the name, construction stuff here, is there? So I can't wax my solar panels on yet. That's okay. The fuel seems to be going quite a long way at the moment. So I'm not too worried about that. So for my next trick, as I say, I'm going to go over to the Black Hole Sun. Now, first, is there anything else I want to buy? I have been wanting another cannon. I think 3 cannons is a good number of cannons, so we'll buy another one of those. The Weapons Control Center is sort of tempting, but I've got enough crewmen to run all of the cannons at once, so I think that should be all right. I would like to do a science station and get a scientist, but we'll worry about that later, I think, because that's expensive. That's 100 grand. Otherwise, I wanted another medium tank for my dirty water. Yeah, some water processor. You're quite right. I was just almost got there, but not quite. Wastewater, water purifier. Yes, that one. So that's going to turn into water. I'm going to need another tank for the water. Actually, no, I'm not. I'll have that run the waste treatment machine straight into the tank, and then into the water processor, and then run that into a tank. That's a much better idea. What are you? You're a medium tank. Oh, CO2. Yeah, I still haven't worked out how to deal with that, but we'll work that one out later. So I want to install my water purifier. You can go there. Then I want to install my medium tank there. Then I want to install some pipes there and there and a cable there. Oh dear, I've linked those pipes. That's bad. No, that's not what I meant to do. Undo that. Pipes, don't have that. So what I want to do there, that's... Okay, so the sewage goes in there, and the wastewater goes through there, and never the twain shall meet. There we go. Right, so that dumps the sewage into here. We can then purify it and turn it into water, and then at some point in the future, we'll turn water into... so they're drinking from this one over here, so that's being gradually used up. At some point, we'll turn that water into... I don't know. But maybe we'll. We can stop keeping it in these bottles at some point. I've got a load of stuff over here. So I've got my 2 solar panels, my robot arm. Ah, yes, a loader, because I was going to unload all the water bottles into the thing there. I've got another cannon and a hyperspace sensor. So yes, we're going to sell the hyperspace sensor because apparently that's not useful. There it is. It's only worth 5 grand anyway, so it's barely worth it, but never mind. And then I also want to install my cannon there. And it's tempting to stick the Gatling gun on next to it as well, but I don't think there's any real point. The Gatling guns seem to be relatively useless at the moment. Solar panels can't do loader. Yes, let's dump all the water into the tank because at least it'll tidy it up out of the way. So if I put you in there and then pipe that to there like that, then hopefully the crew guys will automatically come over and dump water through there. We'll see if that works. Yes, here he comes. Excellent. So we can dump all of that into the water tank and tidy up in here a little bit. Finally, it looks like I need a piece of cable over here. A battery is a good idea. Batteries were astonishingly expensive, but I do have loads and loads of money. So yeah, all right. Let's get a battery. In fact, let's get 2 batteries since I have all the money in the world. I say all the money in the world. I have just over 100 grand, which is a decent whack of change at this point, to be fair. And then we can go off and investigate the tribbles or whatever they were. So we want to go there. And we also want to install the battery. I'm going to put the battery in over here. Can't put it there, can I? No, but I can put it there. And then I can check the cables for it. Add it in there. Right. And we're still aligning. And now we can jump. This won't take very long. It's a very, very short jump. Black Hole Sun. Ooh, and we've got a message coming in. Hail! Greetings, Captain. My name is Dr. Martinez, and I'm reaching out to ask for your help. For years now, my brother and I have been studying the high-energy particle emissions in orbit of the black hole you can see behind us. Its official designation is QZ247, the collapsed remnants of a star that lived a couple of billion years ago. An accident with our equipment has left my brother in dire need of a rescue, and I need your help. Okay. Thank you for offering your services, Captain. The Stargate project funded our research from the beginning. They buy all the data we can collect, and the closer we travel to the event horizon, the more data our sensors receive. Every mission we push ourselves to go closer, so please fly into this black hole and pick my brother up. Yes, the last time we pushed it too far. My brother Marcus took the sensor ship and flew closer than we've ever been before, right to the edge, closer than anyone has ever been. I've lost all contact, and he's been down there for a long time now. He's still showing on the sensors, and his ship is still intact. The gravitational forces and time dilation will be extreme, but with your help, we're going to rescue him. So, if he's been down there a long time, is that a long time for him or a long time for us? Or I forget which way around the time dilation goes with the black hole. There's only one way to get to him without falling into the black hole ourselves. We're going to have to do an extremely short-range hyperspace hop. Okay. Using a modified FTL drive, you'll do one hyperspace hop towards the black hole, rescue my brother Marcus, then turn around and hop right out again. It'll be dangerous, but it's the only way to avoid being dragged in ourselves. I need materials to synthesize the resources we need. You can help me with this while I work on the calculations. I'll need hyperspace isotopes. You should be able to collect them easily enough, but you'll need to acquire a hyperspace scoop first. New objective, acquire a hyperspace scoop. New objective, collect hyperspace isotopes. 1,200 of them, in fact. New objective, unload the hyperspace isotopes into containers. And containers used. 0 containers used. Bring those materials back to me and we can move onwards to phase 2. Right. High gravity, slower time. Okay, so Marcus is probably fine down there. Oh, we don't quite have to cross the event horizon. It's just he's stuck down there because he doesn't have a modified hyperdrive and 1,200 isotopes to get himself back out. Maybe. Okay. So I need to acquire a hyperspace scoop. Presumably that's the thing I can just fly out and buy from a shipyard. Hyperspace isotopes. I don't know how I'll collect those, but maybe if I get a hyperspace scoop, it'll become obvious. Maybe it's every time I jump, I'll get some. We'll see. And then I have to unload the hyperspace isotopes into containers. And you're gathering metreon gas, not hyperspace isotopes. Maybe there are 1,200 different isotopes, and we need a quantity of each one. Hey, we've got some compost. Lovely. Start turning that into food at some point. But not yet, and I think I might struggle with this, with putting it all in this ship, but we'll see. Right, so I think first thing to do is going to be to skip over to let's go to a shipyard colony. Let's go back to NG7 and stock up on and put the solar panels on and see if we can buy a hyperspace scoop. Actually, let's go to the derelict first and loot it, and then we'll go over to the shipyard colony and do exciting things over there. I still haven't bought another. Hang on, did I buy another drone? No, I haven't bought another drone storage thing yet. He hasn't given me any money up front to go off and buy this hyperspace scoop for him, which is a bit rude. In fact, he also hasn't said how much cash he's going to give me for doing this. It's just sort of, hey, could you do... Oh, yes, he has, 200 grand. That's quite a bit, so maybe it'll be worth it. I guess we'll see. Right, so we are here. Where is the derelict? Are you the derelict? No, you're the Chitari miner. Chakrali miner. There's the derelict. Let's head over here. Oh, got the wrong ship selected. Was it that? Is that the derelict? That's the derelict. Let's get over here. It's a derelict predator. Is that the one I blew up earlier? Probably not. But I don't remember for sure. So let's have some throttle. Oh, no, go that way. Spin round, and which side am I? Drone collector's on the drone thing is on the bottom side. So let's head over here. There's another fat duck coming in. I am entertained that it's called a fat duck because it looks like a fat duck, basically. Head over here, and then we'll stick on the brakes, fairly sharpish. It does amuse me a little bit that it's essentially that the ships stop quite so quickly when this is, space. Brakes. Right. And is there anything worth gathering here? Is this the one we looted before? Have I just wasted a hyperdrive jump coming here? I think it might be. Grr. Okay, well, we won't stay here for very long then. Let's go back over to the shipyard colony and see if we can find a hyperspace scoop. Scoopa-doopa. Lining, overshot a little bit, but lining, jump. Whee! My hyperdrive is going absolutely nuts over here. I hope you've got dark goggles on, mate. Don't stare at it. It's just going to get brighter. Right, okay. Here we are. So, I need a hyperspace scoop. Yes, that one. 50 grand. Wow. That's pricey for something I barely need. During hyperspace, strong magnetic field draws interstellar matter. Can be gathered turn into FTL? Right, okay, I see. So it's stuff that I will in the future be turning into FTL fuel if I get a ship that can do so. Looks like you have a hyperspace scoop. You can use this to gather the hyperspace isotopes I need. You'll need to install the scoop facing forwards on the front of your ship, then connect its pipe output to a storage tank. The scoop works only when you're in hyperspace, so you'll need to gather the isotopes over a few FTL jumps. Okay, so I'm going to need a tank as well. Another medium tank is probably going to be sufficient. Oh, and I also wanted a drone doobery, didn't I? A drone bay. They're 80 grand, I can't afford it. Pop up. Right, so we'll install the hyperspace scoop. It has to be on the front, so we'll put it over here. It's too big and doesn't fit. How am I supposed to put this on the front of my ship when it doesn't fit on the front of my ship? Oh, it does fit on the front of my ship. I was just putting it in the wrong place. Okay, fair enough. I take back my complaints. And we'll put in the medium tank here. And apparently we've got another battery, so we'll put that in over here. And then we will need a cable that goes from there to there. We'll need a pipe that goes from there to there. And we can gather that. And over here we'll need another cable for the battery like that. There we go. Oh, and suddenly my power consumption shoots up with the reactors as we charge the battery up. Lovely. Okay, so now we have a hyperspace scoop on the front there and a Gatling gun. What a lovely combination. We don't have no ammo for the Gatling gun, but otherwise it's pretty good. And this is basically how Red Dwarf worked. It had that big, except for the hyperspace part of it, that big cone thing coming off the front of Red Dwarf was supposed to be a hydrogen collector. So it was picking up interstellar hydrogen, and that's why the ship was able to fly for 3 million years without running out of fuel. They thought it through very carefully. Well, not that carefully, but they thought it through a little bit. What are these? Oh, this is the food. Let's put the food away up here. To, tuck it out of the way a little bit. I need to set that to be. I need to set food before I set where to put it. Food, that one. Food can go over there. Keep it out of the way. And then at some point I'll put in a. Oh yeah, actually, while I'm here, what was it? What was the food thing called? It's not going to be. No, that's bioresources. Habitation, perhaps. Switch by waste treatment, water purifier, air reprocessor, ice grinder. Interesting. Hydroponic garden, that's the one. It's half my remaining money, but that's probably all right. Requires compost and water and seeds. So we'll get a hydroponics garden and we'll get some seeds. Just fit them in up here, and then we can make a bit more food, and we might not need to buy quite so much in the future. While we're waiting for that to arrive, let's have a look at the contracts. So we're doing this one at the moment. Hostile Pirate Gang. Urgent passenger transport to... So that's going to NG0. That's going to NG0. That's in System 2 again. What's wrong going on with System 2? Why does everyone keep crashing over there? And that's NG11. So we'll definitely take that one. And that one. And you know what? Let's take that one as well, because it's the sort of direction we're going in. And what the heck? Let's not take that one because I might be full. Whatever. Let's take it. Let's take it as well. Right. So none of these are urgent. So we can just flit off to 0 and first, and then see how things go from there. So we've got nothing in the tank yet, which makes perfect sense. Right, so we are good to go. We've got lots of fuel, we've got lots of FTL charges. Let us go to 0 over here. Oh wait, I forgot to do the shipyard thing. Editor, let's put in some scaffolding. Confirm. That was quick. And then I can install my solar panels, hopefully. Like this and this. There we go. That'll generate me some free power, I guess. Cables. I want cable going from there into there. And similarly up here from there into there. I said there. Oh! Ha! That's interesting. I actually do need a bit more scaffold. I can't remember where it was. I think it was there. Is it on both sides? Yeah. Confirm that. And then if I go back to cables... Nope, I missed. It's one in from there. Let's try that again. Editor, scaffold goes here. And then cables. There we go. Now I can plug in the solar panels. So you need slightly more. Ended up needing slightly more scaffolding than I was expecting to, but that's fine. Right, now I can go back to planning to go to here, prepare to jump. Yeah, I've not watched Red Dwarf for a very, very long time, so I've been rewatching it for nostalgia reasons, and with them being only half an hour per episode, it's quite quick to. I feel like I can fit them in quite easily when I'm just don't feel like doing much else, and I'm quite enjoying it. Yes, part of it is definitely nostalgia, but I am just and I see quite a lot of the jokes coming because I've seen the episodes before many, many years ago. But I've got up to season 4 already, so that means I've watched about 20 of them, and I'm definitely enjoying it. The first series is definitely not as strong as the later ones. I think it's about series 3 where it really starts to find its footing and really start to get better. How much have we got of this stuff? Got 108 hyperspace isotopes. Okay, well that is. I mean, it's some. What can I say? Ooh, there's various ships for sale. That's a massive thing. I don't. Oh, 18 million for that. Okay. A mining station over here. That's kind of empty, full of broken stuff, and is still 1.6 million. Jeez. This little guy's 110 grand. I could afford to, but just almost. No, I can't quite afford to buy him, but I nearly could. Wouldn't be able to afford to fit him out, of course, but you know. Or I can have this quite aggressive-looking destroyer for almost 6 million. Good. I mean, I can't afford any of this, but it's nice to know that they're there and available. There was a teeny fighter flitting around as well. That's not for sale. It's just here and is around. Right, so now I need to go to rescue civilians and I need to drop some civilians off. But also, while I'm here, let's have another look at the contract. Let's see what contracts are available at this point. So there's another one of these here. That's 14, 6, and no, none of these. Yes, you get little blue diamonds next to a mission if it's one that's in a convenient place where you can get to it really quickly and easily. Sorry, no. You get a little blue diamond if it's for one that's in a system that you're already going to. So we don't have any of those, but both of these are for number 6. So let's take both of these. And I'm full. Okay. Well, I can continue to put more habitation deck space on my ship, so we'll do that. 23 grand. That's fine. We can afford that, particularly with the amount of extra stuff we're going to be gaining from these contracts. And now we can take that one. So let's go. Now we'll go to number 6, which is right over here. Okay, that's not quite. It's not ideal. I need to go over here to do the rescue, but we'll go here first. Especially since I need to do a certain amount of flying around in order to fill up my tank with the hyperspace isotopes de la Maison. You guys you're allowed to go up the ladder and go and hide in the habitation decks. You don't have to mill around in the landing area. Jump. Right, this one's a little bit further, which as I say, hopefully going to fill the tank up nicely. Oh, Hello. You've collected some hyperspace isotopes in a tank. You'll need to pump them into containers so we can easily move them between ships. Buy a loader from a trade post and install it near your hyperspace isotope tank container pipes and set the loader to unload. Fine. Sounds simple enough. Actually, I probably don't need that loader over here anymore. So we can probably remove that and we can dismantle it from up here and remantle it down here. But for now, we've done that bit. Are there any good, juicy contracts available over here? I've got those two. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Turning contract. Let's do that. Get all these people back off my ship, please. And then what else have we got over here? Ah, there we go. Urgent passenger transport request. That's to I'm. There's lots of passengers wanting to go places that I'm already going, but my ship is currently full. So hopefully, once I've unloaded all these guys, then I'll be able to take those contracts. Bunk, 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 bunk. There's lots of them, isn't there? Right. While we're waiting for them to get out, let's install that loader back over here again, like that. And then we need a pipe going from the tank to the loader like that. And then when it's been installed, we can fit it. But while we're waiting for it to be installed, yeah, got loads of money now. Nice. We can go back into the contracts and accept that one and that one because they're to places where we're going to already, which is lovely. So fill up with passengers again, and yeah, right. So that's been installed. So now we can unload hyperspace isotopes, and that fills up a bottle. Interestingly, hyperspace isotopes appear to be going to the same sort of container as water does. So just don't stick one of those on top of the water cooler, and I'm sure we'll all be fine. It is green inside though, so that's at least looks a little bit different. We can tell the difference. Don't drink the green goop, basically. That's a lot of people on the ship all of a sudden. Okay, so we've taken all of those. Right, let's go to let us travel. So we're going to go to NG2 where the people need rescuing. We'll go there first. So I noticed that it seems to be NG2 where all the crashed ships are. Are they all trying to get to the comet and have a look at it and then getting sort of interfered with by it in some way and therefore becoming derelict? I don't know. Well, it doesn't seem to have affected us, so well, fingers crossed that it doesn't. Oh, there's another ship coming in. What have we bought? 6 grand's worth of trade coming in. What else have I bought? Is that more fuel or hyperspace units or something? There's some fuel there. Yeah, maybe they dropped some fuel off. Oh, there's some seeds there as well. Jump! Ah, the blimpy noise is this filling up, I guess. Yes, there we go. We've got nearly enough hyperspace isotopes. That's going up really, really quickly. Also, I recently bought a hydroponics garden, which I would like to put in up here. So that needs water and electricity. So we'll put that. No, we'll put it in over here because I'm running out of space. That might actually cancel that. Especially as we're low food. Oh, we've got 222. Maybe that is fairly low. I'm not sure. Let's install the hydroponics garden anyway. So that requires water to go in there. I don't want to accidentally link these pipes up, so let's put that there. It's a bit inefficient with space, but never mind. Then I can run the water pipe to there, and I can run the electricity cable across there. That's fine. Those can cross over. Apparently, you can now cross over pipes, but I haven't looked into exactly how you do it yet. So yeah. Right, so we've got that there. That will hopefully help with the low food issue that's going on over here. We'll buy some of that soon as well. Right, so there is how many stranded ships have we got here? Am I supposed to be helping with all of these? There's also a fighter buzzing, leaving. Right. Okay, well, they're all pretty much equidistant, so I guess we'll head to this one first. Head over there and see what we can do. Yeah, I don't know which of these stranded ships it is we're supposed to be rescuing people from. This one doesn't have a boarding. This one doesn't have boarding diamonds, though. Is that because I've not got manoeuvring up? Okay, Dr. Julian, what do you want? You've gathered the materials I need. Bring them back to me at to complete the contract. New objective, deliver hyperspace isotopes containers. Okay, fine. So that one doesn't have boarding diamonds on it. That one does. That one does. This one doesn't. Yes, it does. They're around the other side. Were they there a minute ago? I am not sure. Ah, they're not there now. Maybe I'm not close enough to it yet. Maybe you have to be really close, and then you get the boarding diamonds. I hope I've got enough food for all these people I'm going to rescue. And all the people who are already on board the ship. Still at 222, we're probably okay. So I stop here, I can then use the thrusters to spin me right round, baby, right round. Like a record baby. You know what, this would be quicker if I just use the main... If I use the main engines and the get the ship to do it for me. Bleep, 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 bleep. I do notice that there's no... At the moment, while I'm trying to dock with it, I'm not seeing the docking diamonds showing up, which is a bit of a concern. Am I not supposed to be docking? Is this not the ship I'm supposed to be docking with? Quite possibly not, because there are... minor, very good. This is perhaps not the ship I'm looking for. Because I did notice that there are 3 ships in the system. And this does not appear to be the ship I'm looking for. Okay, fine. Let's go over to this one instead. Oh, it doesn't clean up completed ships. Right. So it's not that one either. Stop. It must be, therefore must be this one. Yeah, there we go. There are the docking diamonds. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Johnny. That's very handy. I'd have got there eventually. But yeah, if ships could stop breaking down in this solar system, that'd be very useful. Maybe I should come back here and clear up the ships myself through, you know, extreme prejudice. And by which I mean cannons. And then I could steal all their stuff as well, which would be quite nice. How's its damage level? 1%. It's only 1% damaged, despite being stranded. This guy's 4% damaged. This one's 4% damaged as well. At least if I turn them into derelicts rather than stranded, then it wouldn't confuse me next time. Yeah, because if you look at the ships directly like this, then their docking diamonds do show up. But as you say, when you've got your own ship selected, they only show up if it's the one you're supposed to be going to. It is indeed a bit confusing, but oh well, I'll cope. Especially now that you've told me how to tell the difference. I'd probably have realised when I got to this ship, and this would probably have been the 3rd one I went to, because just, you know. Oh, I see, if you right-click on the... If you right-click on the with the dooberries, then it takes you directly to the... then it takes you there and then automatically stops. That's really handy. I'll have to remember that. I have not approached this in the best possible way. I am going to be quite a long way away from the ship once I'm pointing in the right direction and have to reverse quite a long way. I mean, never mind, but still. How many different directions can I try and go in at the same time? So at the moment I'm trying to go backwards and starboard and rotate. And it's kind of working. This is speed time up a little bit. This is too slow. K and J. Oh, you can't speed time up when you're manoeuvring. I guess that's probably sensible, really. Here we go. Nearly there. Bink. Extend the bridge. Bonk. And here come all the peoples. Lovely. 36 to rescue, and then it's just flip back over to the... there's a colony nearby where I can unload everybody off my ship. Uh-oh, they've run out of food. And for some reason that means the water is dropping as well. That's a concern. Let's quickly get out of here and go over to that one, where we need to take absolutely everybody. The low food is definitely a concern. Why are you running? Total production 90 food, 9 seeds. Consumption 12 seeds. 100. Okay. So the potentially this thing has drunk all of the water and produced 90 food, granted, but we've got so many people aboard that they've eaten it all. We've got loads of compost down here. Right, turn in contract. Get these people off my ship before they eat all my non-existent food. And yeah, I better buy some food. And I better buy some more water as well, actually. I think. Stock up on both of those. There we go, all the people are leaving. Because I don't want my crew to starve. I don't know how I'd tell. I saw the thing saying I've run out of food, but I hadn't seen anyone die yet, so I don't know. But yay, humanitarian ranking rank 3 and still climbing because we're still getting money in. And now actually that's rocked up that's gone up really quickly. I'm now at almost 500,000 monies, 500,000 space bucks, which is pretty good. All right, so we've got loads of water, loads of hyperspace isotopes de la maison. What are you? Oh, it's more food. Okay, we've got a load of food. And some people just standing around twiddling their proverbials. That looks like I need to set up, a little bit more food storage over here because, well, just because. And also, let's keep the sludge, what's the word I'm looking for? The compost over here because that's also for this region. So bring that over, start getting stored up here. Yeah, I don't know whether this is supposed to be a self-sustaining loop or not. A completely closed loop where we generate compost from waste, and then we turn that compost into food, and then the food gets eaten and turned back into waste, and also the water in there as well. I don't know whether it's a closed loop and therefore it should just work, but at the moment it doesn't seem to be. So I've put some extra food in. I've bought some extra water. We'll let that run and see how it goes. Oh, at the moment I don't have a loader to put the water into there because it's being used over here for the isotopes. But never mind. Okay, so while we're here, there are some contracts available. Is this 2 again? Oh no, it's System 15 for a change. Right. Well, we won't go and do that. What I will do is I will nip back over to see Dr. Martinez. And see how we go from there. It's got a load of oxygen. We've got plenty of oxygen. We've got plenty of water now. What are you? Metal ingots. Interesting. That must have been some salvage. Let's store the seeds over here as well because it keeps stuff out of the way of other things. I don't know how much space I'm going to need for that. So keep the seeds there. Keeps it out of my main storage area over here, which currently seems to be largely full of hyperspace isotopes. Right, let's go back and find out what's going on. Gravity seems to be just assumed. Maybe they've got magnetic shoes on or something like that. I don't know. Although that said, we've got all the supplies and things that are sitting on the floor as well. I guess gravity generators are standard enough in sci-fi that it's just been assumed. Although we notice as my guys move around, they do just slide. So perhaps they're not actually walking. I don't know. Zip. Boink. There we go. Right. We have, we can turn in the contract. Have 1,200 hyperspace isotopes. I'm sending a shuttle to you now, Captain. Get your crew to load the hyperspace isotopes for me. Okay, that tends to be how missions work. Yes, that's fine by me. What are you? Are you thinking what's this ship? Yes, you are. Okay, cool. Right, load in plenty of hyperspace isotopes. Thank you, Captain. I now have what I need to modify this FTL drive for the short-range hop. It's going to take me some time to prepare the calculations. Leave things to me and I'll call you when we're ready for the next phase. Okay, sweet. So I currently have no contracts running and I am about to get a 200 grand 200 grand payment for that, and that gives me a significant logistics boost. I'm now up to rank 2 of logistics, which is lovely. It means I can presumably do slightly more advanced missions if and when I find some. Okay, cool. So that went quite well. Oh, he's got hyperspace gooberage collectors on the front of his ship as well. I don't know why he didn't go and get his own isotopes, but never mind. Over here, we're still collecting them, so perhaps I'll start selling them. Okay, that's an interesting idea, Nogard. Yeah, I guess the traditional way for sort of the way it's done in The Expanse, which I'm sort of talking about as being a traditional way of doing this sort of thing, because it's one of the few realistic sci-fi things out there, is basically through either through acceleration or spinning, depending on which of the ships you look at. Right. So what's the next thing to do? Let's go off and get another plot related mission. I think so. We've done Black Hole Sun up here. There's a wolf in sheep's clothing down here, and trouble with tidlets down here. And deep space industrialists. What do you think? Quick vote, people. What do you think? Should we go for industrialists, wolves, or tidlets? Let's do a Twitch poll thing. So let's say what story mission? Tidlets, I can't spell. Industrial or wolves. Let's make it a 3-minute vote. There we go. And if you're on YouTube, just feel free to shout out your votes in the chat. That's allowed too. In the meantime, I shall make music with the ping pong noises things. Right, is there anything else I wanted to do with my ship? That's the question. Industrialists does sound potentially profitable, yes. But I've got a decent amount of money at the moment. Well, I say decent amount of money. Some of those ships were multiple millions to buy. But at the moment, I've got at least some money. I've got enough money to carry on doing all the basic things I'm trying to do. Now, over here, we now seem to be generating food because we have that full column. And now we've got 2 extra boxes as well. So that's going pretty well. How the water is going. The water is down to 2,200. I think that it might have been there for quite a long time. We've got all these bottles down here, though, and they're 1,000 each. And I might be able to fit most of them into that tank. But I don't know if I want to. I don't know if I want that tank to be full, because I want it to be dealing with the water that comes out of the sewage. Although I think it has now finished, so we've got through all the sewage backlog, so there's nothing else to do there. Have I got any other bits and pieces? I've just got a robot arm and a Gatling gun. We'll just hang on to those for now. So far, we've had 1 vote for Tidlets and 1 vote for industrialists. Tidlets was said first, to be fair, so I think we'll unless there's another vote comes in very, very quickly, we'll go off and do that one. Also, it sounds potentially more interesting. Also, I don't know if No God's comment was technically a vote. I think it probably was, but the other one came in first, so I'm going to use that as the tiebreaker. And it's a long old flight, which means I'm going to pick up lots and lots of these hyperspace isotopes. And maybe I'll be able to sell them. We'll just keep filling these bottles up as we go. I don't know. I don't know if they're valuable. At some point, I think I should be able to turn them into FTL fuel. But I don't know if this ship is going to be big enough to be able to do that. Or whether I'm going to need multiple ships for that. Professor Artemis Toppingbury. What is a ship like yours doing in a bar like this? What's it doing all the way out here? Flying around, looking for trouble, mostly. Maybe you can help. I'm looking for creatures that usually live on small isolated asteroids like the one in this system. If you find anything, make sure to tell me. Well, there's an asteroid. And there's a triplet. Do you think I could just fly over there and pick it up with my drones? Probably. Let's find out. Zip over here and have a look. I haven't done any mining yet in this. I know mining is a thing you can do, but not a thing I have done yet. Artemis Toppinbury? My gods, you found them! Oh god, they're still alive? Oh Jesus, there's 2 of them. Captain, you've made an incredible discovery. We have seen these interstellar life forms before on large asteroids deep in uncharted space, but never alive. And you've found a pair. We call them tidlets. Is that because they're diddly? Hello, tidlet. Can we claim you? Sure, let's help him with his research. I should introduce myself. My name is Artemis Toppinbury, and I'm a professor at the Institute of Interstellar Lifeforms. We've been trying to find a live tidlet for years now. This is a massive breakthrough. Bring the tidlets on board carefully using a logistics drone, and once you have them, meet me at the Institute for Interstellar Lifeforms. We're at Starbase NGO. New objective, install at least 1 drone bay. Done that. New objective, purchase at least 1 logistics drone. Done that. Recover a tidlets. 0 of 2. New objective, deliver the tidlets. Yeah, so you think I might end up with more than 2 of them by the time we get to the institute? Can I lock them in a room? No, I don't seem to be able to lock doors. Oh well. Oh dear, they're on the move. Do you think if they leave the cargo storage area, do you think the do you think the crew will come and grab them and put them back in it? I guess we'll find out. I don't know if I can separate them. I don't know if I can have a storage space for them. Oh, Julian Martinez wants something. Captain, my modifications to the FTL drive are now complete. We are now ready for phase 2 of my brother's rescue. Please come and see me and I'll explain what I need from you. New objective, go and see him. Let's try and get rid of these tidlets first, shall we? Take all the food out. Oh, the food is stored over here, so that's okay. They've got water and they've got company and they've got a couple of crew members to bully. But other than that, we're kind of okay. Right, where do we go tidleting? Nope. Ah, here we go. Trouble with tidlets. Deliver the tidlets to the Interstellar Lifeform Institute. Actually, is there anything else? Is there anything else here? No, there's nothing to trade with. No contracts. Okay, let's just go then. Yep, he's got up into the box area, and a crew member hasn't run over to bring him back down into the main cargo area. So they're not going to keep the place tidy, apparently. Whoosh! Now that's going to be another bottle of hyperspace juice. Is this where Mountain Dew comes from? I've got Deep Space Industrials here. Alexander James Ellister. I don't know whether to try and do another voice for him or not. My name is Alexander James Ellister, and I'm the chairman and founder of AJE Industries. I have a business proposition for you. If you'd be interested in setting up a production facility for me, I believe with some luck and a good deal of hard work, we can both make substantial returns. Please give me a call to discuss the details. New objective, call Alexander. Right, call X. Sure. Let's deliver the tidlets before anything weird happens. Toppinbury, if we manage to bring them back, amazing. I'll be here in a second. There still only seems to be 2 of them, so far, so not too chaotic. Oop. That's a significantly larger ship than other ones I've docked with. Hi. I think this is the first time I've been docked with, rather than the opposite way around. And the graphics still don't mesh up properly. Oh well. You know, alpha game. What can you say? This is the greatest day of my life. To be the first to discover and study an entirely new life form. One native to deep space. Think of all we can learn from these little creatures. I mean, you'll get some credit for finding them, of course. But I've waited my whole life for a moment like this. He's got a juice collector on the front as well. Maybe that's a standard WASP name for long-range ships, so they can collect, so they can refuel on flight. Oh, he's calling back again. Now we know where to look. We may be able to find more of them in deep space. The asteroid where you found them has a large iron and aluminium core with some unusual crystalline structures on the outside. There are similar asteroids within this sector that have been recorded and scanned. Nobody bothered trying to mine such worthless rocks. They might not have looked too closely. I think it's worth searching there for more of these creatures. New objective, investigate asteroid X. New New objective, investigate asteroid. New objective, investigate asteroid. And new objective, investigate asteroid. Deliver the Tidlets to the Institute for Interstellar Life Forms. Okay, so I've got another 4 asteroids to go out and investigate. I've also got this guy to call, and also I've got that bloke to go off and rescue his brother from the black hole. So busy. I guess I could go a tidlet. A tidleting I will go. How much money am I going to get for this? 150 grand just for going out and poking some tidlets. That doesn't sound too bad. What else have we got around here? Some rogue fighters. It could be interesting to find out whether my cannons are any good now. I should probably get some more point defense weapons for use against fighters, perhaps. Maybe it's that it's not worth mining aluminium or iron from asteroids, or at least from smallish asteroids, because you can get it much more efficiently from much larger asteroids or planets. I don't know though. It is a fair point. That one requires a combat rating of at least 3, so I need to do a lot more fighting before I can do that. I think I'm going to increase the armaments on my ship a little bit, and then consider some combat missions, because I could fit at least one more. Okay, how bad is a cannon? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can fit 2 more cannons in up here for epic broadsides, and then maybe a point defense gun there. I could stick one in over here and one in over here, and that's going to give me pretty good for coverage. I do want another drone bay. Maybe I should move my gaseous collector over somewhere else. Actually, let's buy another couple of loaders and get rid of some of this meteon gas. And then I can shuffle these things around a little bit without losing it all. Yeah, I don't know. I am making it up as I go along, as you can probably tell. Right, so let's get rid of some hyperspace. Oh, it's not actually worth very much, but it is filling my ship up, so we'll get rid of those. The rest of it is all seems to be stuff I want. So get rid of that. And also, defense, I would like to have one more Gatling gun and all of the bullets and some cannon shells, why not? And let's get a weapons control center, because I can afford it now. I don't need a munitions bench at this point. Is there anything else I'm short of at the moment? I don't think so. Oh, the food supplies are increasing. That's good. Hopefully that'll get to a point where it sort of levels out when we run out of compost, and it'll just then sort of keep going flat. Oh, and I wanted to do science, didn't I? So let's buy a science station and a scientist. And we'll buy a supercomputer when we start needing it. We're not doing any industry yet, but I think that's probably okay. Oh, I wanted a couple of loaders as well. Oh yeah, I fully agree. Thinking about how and why and what's going on in a fictional universe is definitely interesting. Especially when it's been well designed, and so things sort of hang together. Let's put the weapons control station in here, because this is where most of my guns are, and that feels sort of sensible. Let's put you there. The science station. This room can be science as well as engine, as well as fuel power generation, I guess. My Gatling guns. Oh, I didn't buy my cannons. Muppet. We'll put one of those in, as I said, here, and one in over here. Yeah, that'll do for now. I'll have to move it when I want to do the drone thing a little bit more effectively. I would need to. Okay, so we've got some bullets over there, and then we also need storage for bullets over here. And then, as usual, there's some cabling to do because I've installed new stuff. So that goes there, there, there. Oh, you need bullets as well. Yeah. And there. Then I can actually get some research happening. That'll be exciting. Storage. More bullets over here. Like that. Chunk. Chuck them in there. Right. Lovely. Oh, I wanted the cannons. I forgot the cannons. Apparently. Install cannons. One goes there, one goes there. And the loaders, one goes there, probably. And one goes there. And then we need pipes for the loaders. Oh, that one's already linked, apparently. Kind of. And pipe over here. And then we need to tell you to unload Metreon gas, and you can load water, and we'll chuck a load of that into the system. Right, let's go tripling, I guess. Actually, with all these guns, it might be a bit of a shame not to try and do something violent. I don't know. I feel like the ship is now significantly better armed than it was before, but I still feel slightly wary about going off and doing fighty things. We've got all these tidlets though, so let's go tidleting. Oh yes, I was going to sell the meaty gas, wasn't I? I don't think we've. Oh, yes, we have. Yeah, how much is meaty gas worth? We'll probably find it's another one where, like the this gas, like the hyperspace isotopes, it's just not worth anything. But let's find out. Oh, that's worth 1,000 per bottle. It's not a great deal, but we might as well offload it. Got those metal ingots as well. I think you can't actually sell these things if they're not full. So there's metal ingots. There's only a stack of 2. These scrap metal is only a stack of 9. This deuterium is only half full. So until you actually manage to fill, and if these canisters aren't full, you can't sell them, which makes a sort of kind of sense, maybe. But it does mean you end up with things sitting in your storage, taking up space. But never mind. Okay, let's go tidleting. I'm a little bit paranoid about running out of fuel of one type or the other and getting stranded in deep space because that did happen to me when I was playing the pre-alpha. So I'm glad they put in the auto purchase things because now we've got decent amounts of both of those. Got plenty of oxygen. We still haven't found a way of turning the carbon dioxide back into oxygen. I should probably look into that. That's something I forgot about. There's the rock, and there's the tidlets. Oh, aren't they adorable? Let's not actually quite run them over. That looks a bit mean. Let's fly to... Yeah, that's probably close enough. I don't know. I don't know if that's... back then, I reckoned that I couldn't do anything about it. I was just screwed. But at this point, the game has, as I say, been improved and expanded. It's possible the fuel rats have been implemented. I have to admit, I don't know. Be interesting to find out. Oh, research. So we're researching habitation. So waste recycling efficiency, water recycling, just general efficiencies. Okay. Sure, let's let that one run, and then we can look into some of these other things. Drone speed would be quite nice. Actually, it's the drone unloading speed that's the tricky one, isn't it, at this point? Robot arms would be quite nice. Small tank. Oh, so I can make these things, presumably. Nice. Reactor efficiency. Ooh, that'd be good. Let's do that one. Oh, I think I might have wasted what I was doing before. Let's find out. Have I wasted what I was doing before? Yes. Okay, so if you switch research when one's partly done, then you lose what you were doing. Have we tiddled? Yes, we have. Okay, so now we jump to here. Just a little bit of hopping around. This should be fairly quick and easy, as long as I don't run out of FTL charges, but I shouldn't do. I've got nine of them left, including the one that's inside the drive at the moment. So should be able to hop around a bit and then pick some more up. it does seem that basically anywhere you go always has plenty of supply of all of the essentials, which makes sense if given they're essential. There it is. Oh, there's 4 of them here. In gentle orbit round the asteroid. And the camera tracks your spaceship even if you're a little way away. Oh, and my drones have already flown out to go and get them. That's sort of convenient. Maybe I didn't need to fly over there. But I have, so whatever. Are they getting dropped off in the docking port rather than... No, they are getting dropped off at the drone bay. It's just because it was moving. I'm impressed. I was going to say I'm impressed the drones are able to carry the Tidlets when they're so much bigger than they are. But I guess actually in deep space, given there's no gravity, it's not that difficult to carry something fairly large with a little bit of effort. If we don't get completely swamped by these things, it will almost be a shame, wouldn't it? Because it does feel like the expected thing to happen is for them to suddenly start breeding and the ship to be flooded with them. And I guess we'll see what happens if we when we get there. Hello, Unfizzy. Welcome. Yeah, things are good, thank you. Oh, it's Mr. Toppingbury again. Oh, God, the Tidlets. Oh, my goodness. I hope they're okay. What's happening? Oh, are they breeding? Oh, kidding me? They've reproduced. We've just witnessed an interstellar life form spontaneously reproducing. Oh, this is just such incredible news. But what was the condition? Maybe these ones were already fertile and pregnant. Did you see any mating behaviours? I need to do more analysis. Keep looking, Captain. Bring them all back to us when you're done. Well, I wonder how many of these critters I'm going to end up with. Yeah, I'm wondering how getting overrun is going to work, given the way the game works. Because, I mean, they can fill the ship up a bit, but then we'll just unload them all when we get to the institute of filling it up with little fluffy things. Aw, baby Tidlet. Full-size Tidlet. I hope I'm getting paid by the Tidlet. Because if so, maybe I should just collect enormous numbers of them and then make a fortune from it and just let them... that's a good point. They might consume supplies. There's a lot less water than there was before, but that's because we dumped it all into this tank up here. Which probably means we're now going to be having... let's switch this guy over to unload water. We'll take a couple of bottles of it out, because this is too much. I don't want the tank to be completely full. I want it to be about maybe 8,000 or so. Right, so we've reclaimed the Tidlets from here. So now we can jump on to the final asteroid. Jump. And yep, still plenty of fuel. That's okay. 21 Tidlets on board at the moment, apparently. I wonder if that's going to increase drastically at some point. Jump! Alright, how's this getting on? We're down to... Yeah, okay, when this bottle fills, I'll dismantle the loader. Uh-oh. Oh dear, they've all caught fire. No, Captain, what happened? What did you do? It looked like they died of shock during hyperspace jump. Oh goodness, this is such horrible news. Did any of them survive? We have to be so careful from now on, Captain. I suggest a maximum hyperspace jump range of 480 light years while you have these creatures on board. We can't let any more of them perish this way. Okay. Right, so we're only allowed to do short-range jumps now. Yeah, so I shall try. Yeah, at least it seems we can kill them off by doing long-range hyperspace jumps, but that does seem a little bit cruel. Right, where am I trying to get to? Where are the next lot of Tidlets? They're over there. I'm sort of curious to see what will happen if we have a Tidlet overload, but yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed the critters, Peter. Yeah, that does seem likely. So now I'm down. I've still got 21 Tidlets on board, apparently. Oh, that one's escaped up into the food area. Oh dear. Who opened the door? That doesn't look like 21 Tidlets, unless it's counting the dead ones as well. I could believe it's 21, including the dead ones, actually. Right, so I mustn't jump more than, what was it, 480 light years. Let's have a look at the map. Oh, I've got a big green circle. Tidlet safe distance. Nice. So, okay, I guess I jump to here, and then I can probably make it to here with a couple of jumps. So 2 jumps to get back to get back to NGO. Fair enough. Okay then. I don't think I can do anything with the Tidlets. They seem to just have a... I mean, the crew members bring them on board and they put them in the cargo area. And then they just hop around all by themselves. And I don't think I can do anything with them. That said, I do have plenty of food now. Having turned a large quantity of sewage into compost and then into food. And having also bought rather a lot of it as well. So I'm not actually too worried about my food supply at the moment. This may be famous last words. But at the moment, things seem to be okay there. Right, let's... yeah, so I want to jump to NG14. And then I should be able to make it to NGO. Ha! Yeah, that's true. I mean, I've got the hydroponics over here growing growing vegetables. So why not have Tidlets for growing food? It seems slightly cruel, but, you know... Let's see if we can catch some breeding. I feel slightly pervy for saying that. There's a load of... Yep, there we go. 45 Tidlets on board now. Lovely. And we're also filling up with... and that guy's running away in a panic from them all. Oh, no, he's not. He's just going to refuel the FTL drive. Yeah. So this is an empty system, as far as I'm aware. It's only there to allow me to tiddle it around a little bit. Okay, let's go and make all these little guys somebody else's problem, shall we? By jumping to NGO over here. And yeah, then we can unload, and we'll see how many we've got by the time we get. We've got to 45 now. They are still reproducing, apparently. Also, I have bottle after bottle of this stuff. I think I might start keeping this inside the tank over here, because this is silly. Woohoo! Oh, and the jump actually causes them. The jump causes them to turn into adults, and then stopping causes that. Oh, good grief! Got 70 of them now. Yeah, let's deliver them. Oh, he sent over a shuttle this time because he doesn't want them all in his spaceship. Right, let's have the watch the crew members running around trying to deliver them all. They do seem to be burning through my oxygen supplies, though. Oh no, that's that. Oh no, that shuttle was the delivery of the delivery of all my resupply. That's okay then. And okay, here's Mr. Toppingbury. Okay, mate, there, your problem now. Enjoy. And here come all the crew members. Start throwing them down the thing. So we've got 67, 66, 65, 64. Okay, the numbers are going down. That's a good start. Am I going to have to hire more crew in order to help? In order to unload them faster than they no, they only reproduce when we hyperspace jump. So we're probably all right. But there is going to be a certain amount of running around trying to catch them involved here, I think. You know, anyone harbouring, yeah, or be put into stasis while for 3 million years while their pet evolves into a humanoid. Down to 24. Okay, we're emptying them out pretty quickly. That's going quite well. There seems to be one hiding up here, I think, because yep, that crew member had to run up there to get one. 12, 10, 9. Okay, the unloading is going quite well. The place is a little bit tidier now. I don't know how it ends if we put them in stasis. I've not watched very much Star Trek, so I'm only loosely familiar with it on a meme level. Incredible work, Captain. I can't believe how much we've seen in such a short period of time. Been analysing the onboard sensor data while you've been travelling around. They don't exhibit any sort of physical mating behaviour, but there is a detectable energy exchange going on, and always between groups of 3. Okay, so that's why they didn't breed the first time. They're a 3 level. It must be reproducing through some form of telepathy. Only in triplets and only in hyperspace. No wonder they're such a rare creature. These findings will make an incredible research paper, Captain. I'll be sure to credit you as the pilot who found the first living specimens. I would often name the creatures after you, but they already have a name, so apologies for not being able to honour that tradition. You'll be getting a call from Dr. Swanson very soon. He funds my lab and all of my research. I've talked him into directing some of our research grants to you as a fair reward. Okay, well, we've finished the mission? Yes. Oh, Captain, on behalf of the Institute for Interstellar Life, thank you. A monumental discovery. Have some cash. Now, let's talk real. Scientists like Artemis like to take all the credit and bask in the glory of their peers. If your name does show up in the research paper, you can bet it will be on the very last page in the smallest font available. And despite funding his work for years now, my name will be even lower. It's fine, really. We all have different aims. He can have the glory. I'm interested in the breakthroughs. Science that comes from these discoveries. The potential! Anyway, thank you for your work, Captain. Here's a fat stack of cash for your efforts. Bing. Trouble with Tidlets completed. Payment. 150k. Yeah, that's not too bad. And a little bit of a nudge up on the logistics rating, because I was just transporting stuff around, really, even if some of it had some funny ideas. Well, I guess we know what's going to happen with the Tidlets then, if he's only up to... If he's a frozen food... Ooh, I've finished a research. Reactor efficiency 10%, smelter efficiency 25%. Lovely. What shall I research next? God, there's quite a lot of stuff out here. Deflector beams. Ooh, that sounds defensive. And deflect incoming cannon shells. Nice. Cost 3 RP and 3 CP. I don't know what these costs mean. Research points, presumably, but I don't know what a CP is. Unlock phase 1 and 2 of the Andromeda project. Recycling efficiencies. Blueprints. Automation. Metallurgy. Smelter efficiency 50%. Wow. Mining laser precision. Oh, twice as many minerals per shot. That'd be really useful if I was mining. Let's start working on deflector blueprints. I have no idea what these costs are, but yeah. Oh, research points and computation points. So I need a super duper computer to do that. Right, well, we won't do that because we don't have a supercomputer. Computer points, it seems. Oh, okay, it's 2 computer points. Let's do this one. Let's do that's a nice, easy, cheap one, and it'll get me Andromeda project phases 1 and 2. So that's quite exciting. Right. So now we have a choice. I can either call Professor X, or I can go off to finish off the black hole mission. Let's have both of them in. Actually, let's have a look at what contracts are available here at the moment, because I'm kind of curious. So we've got Black Hole Sun. We can go in and carry on with part 2 of that. Or there's a courier mission to 8, passenger transport to 7 and 6, and another courier for 8, and another ship rescue. What's Topping Brew want this time? Another damaged ship, another one 7 and 6. All right, let's see what Topping Brew want. Captain, we're hoping to run some more experiments on the new life form I discovered. They are the Toppingbury Tidlet. If you could visit my institute, I have a contract that may be of interest to you. New objective, travel to the institute. I'm sort of already here, so I could accept all of these things at this point. You know what? Let's carry on with those sort of missions. They are a little bit more interesting, doing the plot related ones. So let's carry on with it. Let's carry on with the Tidlets. Welcome back, Captain. I must say the corridors of the Institute have been alive with excitement and Tidlets over this wondrous new life form. My paper has already been provisionally accepted into all the top nature journals, which makes me so proud. What am I buying at the moment? Oh, God, it's a load of Tidlets. Thanks, just what I wanted. They're in boxes this time. Does that make them a bit less mobile? The word on the grapevine is the Nobel Prize Committee may be looking at our work. Exactly, so we must continue this important research. We have a great deal of data already, but we need to take some more measurements and refine some of our estimates. We are particularly interested in their reproductive process. Perverts. We are going to send you a batch of Toppingbury Tidlets, and we want you to run a series of tests on them under hyperspace conditions. We're also sending you a pair of specially modified science stations with a sensor attuned to their telepathic reproductive processes. I wrote the firmware myself, and we will be able to see deep into their minds when this magical process takes place. Receive 8 out of 8 tidlets. Done that. Receive 2 out of 2 telepathic sensor stations. We need you to take the tidlets on a series of specific hyperspace jumps. We'll be recording the effect on their reproductive process and on their physiology. Most of these experiments can be done, hopefully, without any harm coming to the creatures. We need to zero in on exactly how long... What voice was I doing for this guy? I can't remember. We need to zero in on exactly how long these tidlets can survive in hyperspace. This will regrettably require you to jump beyond the safe distance and to record the effect on their telepathic process. Some of the tidlets may be lost in the process of this experiment. It does make me quite uncomfortable. But with your permission, we can begin. Install the new sensors first, Captain, and be sure to stock up on FTL fuel if you need to. 3 or 4 jumps ought to be enough. Install sensor stations. New objective. Have at least 5 FTL fuel. Okay, well, I've got 10, so that should be all right there. Install sensor stations, then. Let's put... I suspect these are going to be temporary things, so let's put them in here. Are they not on? No, they're not on the cable. Oop. There we go. Bloop. Right, so it's that and that. And oop. Let's start simple. A couple of medium-range hops should do the trick. The objective, perform medium-range hops. Faith, hop, and charity, as they say. So medium hop distance. I need to go into this, stay in this donut. I could go to the wolf and sheep's clothing. Now let's go to the shipyard over here, and just because why not? Hang on, actually, where is that? That's sector NG6. And there was some contracts available for NG6. Yes, that one. And not that one. And not that one. And no others, apparently, because we'd have got the blip. But fine, we'll do that. So we can, yeah, you know, we can we can do 2 missions for the price of 1 by loading up on a load of cargo like this, and seeing how nuts the tribbles go. At least if I fill the hold up with cargo, then we can't get quite as many tiddlers. Right, jump. Right, and we have arrived. And are they going to blip? They are going to blip. Only 5 of them this time. Excellent! The sensor is working nicely and we are receiving science packets. Let's do 1 more medium-range hop to gather some more data. And also let's drop off some cargo while we're here. So, where can we go as a medium-range hop? We could go back to Engo. We go to the colony here. We go to 8 up there. We go to 15. Are there any... Hang on, let's check that out again. So it's 0, 7, 15 or 8. Shut up, you. Manufacturer. Passenger transport request. 4. Nope, not going there. 7. I don't remember. 4, 8. Oh, 8. We're definitely going to go to 8. Definitely going to go to 8. So we'll take 2 of those. And then plan my jump up to 8 up there. Perfect. Prepare to jump. Oh, are you sure? Because there's a bit of space along the bottom here where they can hide and you can't quite see them. So it's possible that it was just those 2 and they are hiding at the bottom. But you know what? If that random other ship has picked up some triplets, that's not my problem. No, I think 4 is the right number. 4 is the number we were expecting to have. They are becoming a little bit of a problem, though, in that they're getting in the way of the cargo being unloaded from the docking port. And we've run out of storage space. So let's have some more storage space through here. Is there just no generic cargo there? Yes, the tidlets are indeed taking up space that could be used for important cargo. Okay, we think we've got. No, we haven't got it all yet. It's still arriving. There we go. The ship has left, and it has stopped appearing now. So I think that means it's now safe to do a FTL jump. And we'll see how many we end up with when we arrive. It's going to be about a bajillion, isn't it? Is it an extra one for every 3? I don't know. Yes, they've grown up. Oh, no, only 3 babies this time. Maybe it's because the ship's basically full. Let's turn in those 2 contracts. Hello, Artemis. 16 tidlets so far. This is all working very well, Captain. Now on to the real science. We'd like to see the effect of a very short hop. We want to know if there's a minimum hyperspace distance below which their reproductive process simply does not occur. Make the jump and see how they do. New objective, perform a short-range hop. So that means I need to go to... Oh. I can't. So maybe I need to go to 10, 6 or 15 and then and then go to 10 from there. So we're going to have to do another medium range hop first. Okay. Are there any contracts to go 10? What was it? 10, 6 and 15? Yeah. 6, 10, 15. 6, 10, 15. Contracts. 6. There's a 6. 4, 11. Pirates. Right. So there's one that was 6. So we'll just take that one and we'll go to number 6. Oh dear. Right. It's actually part of the problem is this Meteon. Let's go back out to schematic mode. Part of the problem is this hyperspace isotope. Let's flick this guy over to loading hyperspace isotopes. I want to put all this back in the tank because this is... Actually, no, forget that. Let's go back to unload. Let's just ditch it here. Let's sell it all. Sell hyperspace isotopes. It's only 2,800. But at least it gets it off my ship where it's taking up all of the storage space. Because these bottles aren't very big. They're only 100 each. So you know what? Actually, as well as that, let's dismantle this, and yeah, we'll get rid of all of these, and we'll stop putting it in bottles. We'll just keep it in the tank. In fact, we'll do this with the Meteon gas as well. Let's load that. Let's take that back out of the bottles out here. That's 1,000 in each of those actually, so that is going to largely fill the tank, but at least we can get rid of all of the we can stop it taking up all space in the cargo hold basically. Quite possibly yes, but I mean I think that's kind of inevitable anyway, and hopefully we'll be able to unload them all when we get back to the institute. So where are we going? We're going to number 6, weren't we? So sector map, go to 6. Prepare to jump. It's going to upset Felon Watson a little bit because yeah, we're going to end up with a load more tidlets, but I can't do a short range jump from where we are, so tough basically. I need to do a medium range one before I can do a short range one because there just isn't anywhere that's a short jump away. Plib. Alright, so here we are, and there we go, return the cargo contract. Yeah, we've got a load more tidlets running around now, but fine. I need to do my short range hop. So that a short range hop is 9 or 10, but there are hostiles in 9, so I'd like to go to 10. Are there any contracts that want to go to 10? 4, 5, 11. No. Okay, well we'll just carry on with the tidlet mission then. Once we've unloaded the cargo. And just accept. What are you doing? Oh, more food. Okay, we have rather a lot of food. Maybe I should be selling some of this. Yeah, let's do that. Let's sell a bit of food because this is getting silly. Sell 5 food. We seem to be doing rather well at just straight up generating food. And that's not quite what we want. Ooh, we've researched the Andromeda project and the Stargate frame blueprint. Lovely. To submit completed parts of the Stargate project, sell them at any trade outpost. Okay, so we need to make some of these. Cutesy little noises coming from the tribbles. Tribbles by any other name would taste as tasty. Right, short range hop. So we need to go to here. This is all very silly. But, you know, good fun as well, so. Yeah, we do have... Yeah, the food isn't quite taking over the worldy anymore. It's coming slightly more under control. Right, what are you tidlets going to do this time? Nope, it's still breeding. 60 tidlets now on board. Fascinating, Captain. It appears the tidlet reproductive process occurs in incredibly short hyperspace distances. How do they find the time? I'll hand you over to my colleague for the final experiment. Captain, the professor has asked me to oversee this phase of the experiment. I need you to make a long-range jump beyond the safe tidlet's distance. We need to know what happens to them under the effects of hyperspace shock, and this will also help us to calculate that safe distance more accurately. Get into position and make the long-range jump. New objective, long-range jump. Okay, then. For science! So for this one, we can go to 5, 4, 5, 3, 4, 5, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5, 11, 12, 13, 14. Are there any contracts here? No. This is just a random place in the middle of nowhere. What's the 40? Only getting 40 grand. Oh no, there's a 250 grand payment available eventually. That's a little bit better. Right, so we've done that derelict several times. We could go here. No, I think I need to get rid of these tidlets sooner rather than later. So let's go to this colony, just because I don't know. It is somewhere where I can jump to, and it's going to take a long, long time to get there, and we're going to get an enormous quantity of this fluorescent hyperspace juice out of it. And yes, my ship is getting somewhat overrun with tidlets at the moment. Off we go. Fancy calling them rats when they're so cute and fluffy. Oh, they're all catching fire. I was going to say, is it just the juveniles that are catching fire? But no, I think some of the adults are as well. Although I'm not quite sure. How many have we killed? Jeez. Half of them. Killed half the tidlets. Gosh. 30 of the tidlets appear to have perished. That's such a horrible thing to witness. We can't allow this sort of experiment to be done again, Doctor. It's so unethical. Sensor data suggests a telepathic mating ritual does begin during the longer jump, but the telepathic energy induced between them produces so much heat at their core that they ultimately catch fire and burn out from the inside. One can only imagine what that must feel like. There's something else. There's a reading showing up on the sensors deep inside the core of the dead tidlets. Bring them all back to me, Captain. I think we've done enough for today. What's the betting that killing the tidlets produces some sort of useful resource, and Magnus Swanson is going to... He's wearing black. He's clearly a villain. So he's going to come and he's going to want us to kill lots and lots of tidlets, or breed them and kill them for whatever resource it is. I don't know. Turn the bodies. Right. Okay, ship seems basically okay. Oh, I need to set some more science going. Sure, why not? Do I want to buy anything else from here? No. I do want to go back to NG0. Is there anything, or NGO? Is there anything useful I can is there anyone who wants to go there? 7, 15. No. Blimey. That is a large ship arriving there. I do like that there's other stuff happening around. I mean that ship, whether the ship is actually doing anything. Ooh, there's an even bigger one over there. Whether that ship is doing anything logical and sensible, or whether it's just going to jump in, wait a minute or two, and then jump back out again. I don't know, but it's nice that there's other stuff happening around me. Right, let's go. Let's go back to. So I need to go back to. I need to go back to here, I think. No, wait. Where's the? Yeah, I thought the institute was there. Okay, well I need to do this in a couple of hops to not kill any more tiddlers. So let's go to 14 first. Actually, was there anything in 14? Probably not. System 2 again. Try and get to 8, 7, 15, not 14. Okay, now we'll just head over there like this. And then tidy up all the dead tiddlers once we get there. So we've gone from 30 to pop 85. Oh God, this is going to take forever to unload them, especially as we're going to get even more from the next jump. Oh well, now we can get to there at least in with one jump. Oh dear. Yeah, we are going to have a ship full of tiddlers by the time we get there. And if there's 85 of them now, do we get one new one for every 3? No, because we go from 30 to 85. Goodness knows how they breed. 140 now, 170 including the dead ones. Let's just unload them, shall we? Send them all overboard and, yeah. Oh, we're not going to have room to unload here, are we? Shuttle's going to arrive and it's just going to... Oh no, this is where we're unloading them. That's all right then. At least they all seem to be making their way to the exit. That we're not waiting for the crew to unload every single one, just the dead ones. What a ridiculous thing. 3 living ones. Oh, they're over there. They got stuck behind the fabricator. Which I need to make things at some point. Doink, 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 doink. If that's a tiddlet, is that a tiddle? Because it's bigger. Doink, 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 doink. There we go. We've made another interesting discovery. Our sensors were correct, and it appears some type of tiny crystal has been formed at the core of several of the dead creatures, almost like a small diamond. It must have formed in the final moments of their life. All that telepathic energy focused into a lethal feedback loop. Our lab tells us the crystals aren't like anything they've ever seen before. Let's get the remaining samples in for analysis. Thank you, Captain. So, yeah, as I suspected, turns out if you kill driblets, you get something useful. And also a load of logistics rating points as well, which is always nice. So I'm to rank 3 there. Still down at 0 on industry. And I'm not convinced my ship is big enough to start doing much with that. Have I got... Oh, okay, I've got a lot of seeds. I mean, that makes sense, that seeds turn into more seeds. But it does kind of mean I think I need a bit more storage space up there. So let's put some more storage for seeds up here. We are ripping through the compost gradually. 1, 2, 3, 4. And we are gradually producing more... We're producing food faster than we're using it up, basically. So that is indeed a thing. Whether it's a good thing remains to be seen. Right, I've put all these guns on the side of the ship. I kind of want to go out and test them. Let's buy some more bullet ammunition. Buy some more bullets first. Just so I've got bullets for all of my Gatling turrets. And while I'm here, I could put some armour on my ship as well. How much to cover the whole thing? 375,000. I mean, I totally could, but I don't think I want to. Oops. Let's... How do I cancel that? How about if I just cover the front... How do I cancel this? No, I've already got some armour. So I don't want to do that. I don't see a way to undo the massive amount of armor plating I've just added, which I don't really want to add. Or rather, I don't see a way to undo it, but also keep what just to cancel the request. I guess we'll just fly off and not place it and see what happens. See if it appears later. All right, so let's have a look for a combat things. These are all rogue fighters. I was kind of hoping to go up against another slightly more major ship, because I suspect the fighters are going to be the ones I need the point defense systems for. They're going to be small and agile and dodge my cannon shells. So maybe we won't do on any of these combat missions for now. Let's find out what. Let's call Mr. X and see what he's got to say for himself. Captain, perhaps you're already aware, but there are big plans underway within this sector. There are designs to build something incredible, a transportation system with near infinite range requiring state-of-the-art manufacturing and industry. Is this the Stargate by any chance? A Stargate, big enough for our most massive fleets, shuttling humanity between galaxies as if they were nothing but neighbouring stars. New multi-galactic era for humanity. In all my years, I've never known so much capital to be allocated to one project. There's a golden opportunity here for us, but the barriers to entry are high. I have the assets, the capital, and the facilities that we need to fulfill the Andromeda Project's massive ambitions. Sadly, my days of running the shop floor in person are long behind me. I need a floor manager, somebody who will oversee the day-to-day operations for me, and my years of experience have taught me to spot talent when I see it. Here is my proposal. I'll provide the factory station and the seed capital, so you are fully funded. You'll set up the production facility for me and oversee day-to-day operations, including manufacturing parts for the Andromeda Project to their specifications. We'll split the profits 50-50. And believe me when I say there'll be plenty to go around. New objective, accept the proposal. And that sounds like a good idea. If he's going to give me a, possibly this ship, in fact, and I can fill that up with supplies in order to... Oh, it's right in front of me. That's convenient. I can fill that up with supplies to do the cooking of all of the things I need and do industrial stuff. And then maybe just go off and collect resources with my ship. That could work quite well. Can I accept his proposal, please? Not from here. Oh, I need to be on my ship to accept the proposal. Yeah, but he's providing the seed capital. Don't you understand how valuable being the person who provides the capital is? Yes. Give me a call. Wonderful news. I'm very happy you've agreed to partner with me on this. My factory space station is in position nearby, ready for us to use as our base of operations. This is the AGE Foundry, a wonderful industrial facility, perfect for our needs. I'll just need to provide you with some access codes so you can assume control of this facility. Look at that. For years, I've manufactured engines and FTL drives right here, for every fleet that passed through the sector. It's really fallen into disrepair, no kidding. Your first job is to send over a skeleton crew and establish basic power generation and life support. The previous crew box up some of the usable equipment. You should find the parts you need here already in the storage. New objective, add crew to the station. New objective, install reactor. New objective, install air duct. Pressurized facility. Right. Okay, so we've got some drones buzzing around repairing the place at the moment, I think. Yeah, straightening the tiles up. Over here we've got air duct, medium tank, small tank, reactor, fuel loader, oxygen loader. Right. And various ruined equipments. So, and a ladder over there for habitation deck. Okay. This doesn't seem too hard. I can get over here and and there's even some oxygen and a fabricator and a smelter and an assembly table. Nice. So, can I transfer things from one of my ships to the other? Whether that's crew or I don't know. And I can trade and I can buy some crew. Just buy 2 crew members to start with. Yes, I've got the right ship selected. If we buy 2 crew members, then we can start putting the ship together. We can put the ship together. We can gain. We can get the reactor up and running, and so on. Hopefully, they'll come with spacesuits. If they don't, they're in trouble. Please come with spacesuits. Maybe they don't come with spacesuits. Right, okay. How do I transfer between ships? Is that what this is? Orders. That's... Okay, so that's, for this... If I say suits on here... But I go to... Here, yeah, okay. That works, but they don't have the suits. Oh, I can open and close doors and vents and things. That's quite nice. I don't know what a lot of these things mean. I may have to do some research. Okay. Logistics. Okay, can I transfer between ships? Like, can I take some of these spacesuits? Yes. Looks like I can send a couple of these spacesuits. Right, let's tell people on this ship. Suits on, for now. Then I can... Logistics, I can send 2 of my... crew... Yeah, send two crew over here. Along with... And let's send them with some food as well, because they're probably going to want that. And some water. I don't know why, how I don't know how I'm capable of trying to send more than is theoretically there. Right, oh, and I probably then need to fly this ship over to here and dock it up. Yes. So I can fly this ship over this way and dock to the other one. That makes perfect. That actually makes sense. So flit over here like this. Hurrah for 3 dimensions. Kind of. What's that? Flitting through there underneath. Oh, it's a shuttle. I don't know. Maybe I bought some stuff. Seems likely. Then we can rotate this and creak. Get into position here. And up a little bit and forward a little bit. There we go. Try and get it slightly more into position. There we go. Right, so we've docked there. We can now send a couple of crew members over. They're low on food and water, fine. That's okay, that's why we brought all of this stuff over. Right, so now I need to start doing things like, I need to install things like an air duct. It's one of these guys. Put it right down here in the corner. And an oxygen loader. And we're gonna need to get the air up and running. So we're gonna need a reactor as well. And a fuel loader. And a small tank for the fuel. And that should be enough actually. Then I can put in the pipes to carry that across there and across there, and cables for the power in like that. Right, so there we go. That should now start filling the place up with oxygen. Which means, oh, and I need to go back to the proton cruiser. I need to say, orders, you don't need to have your suits on anymore. You can take those off, that's fine. And if I tell these guys to take the suits off, presumably they'll just wait until there's oxygen. Right, in the meantime, can we start just dismantling stuff? Yes, we can. What are you? You're a medium tank, fine. Dismantle all this stuff, and then we can start thinking about actually trying to make things. We've got all this scrap, maybe we can turn that into something useful. All of this is all ruined, 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 ruined. And then the theory is that hopefully some of this I'll be able to actually turn into, well, maybe I'll be able to do something with the all this junk. Right, are you running? Yes, that's running merrily, pulling the oxygen out into the air, to fill the atmosphere here. I was going to say my worry is that I might run out of. Oh, there we go. We've got people coming. We've got the other guys coming in now to help work on all this stuff. So let's put a storage thing for the spacesuits in over here. And you know what? I should probably order some more spacesuits, just for whatever crew members I bring onto this ship. Also, I should carry on setting stuff up. So, no, not trade, installation. Right, so we've got a smelter and a fabricator and an assembly table. What do you mean crew are suffering? Well, yeah, put another bottle on here then. Goodness sake. Help. No, other ship. Why are you not loading that onto here? This is run out of bottle. Where are my other two guys? Where is everyone? Why aren't they loading this thing? There's another bottle of oxygen over here. Can't you see it? Oh, they're too busy doing the dismantlements. Right, okay. That is... Oh. Could you please put more oxygen in the thing? I feel like that might be more important than just... I mean, okay, I did give the orders to do all this stuff, but still. Okay, well, we'll have a couple of spacesuits. I won't get any more crew just yet, because that's possibly dangerous. Resources. In fact, you know what? Let's set up some minimums on these. And here. Oh, I wonder if I ran out of fuel. That's possible. Oh, don't need FTL charges, don't need weapons. Might need water. Might need food. Don't need compost, don't need deuterium, don't need scrap metal, don't need metal. Right, I think that's probably fine. Bring all that stuff in. So, yeah, oops. Yeah, you'd think. No, we haven't run out of power, so I don't know why this is having issues. I don't know which way around these things are meant to be. So is that load oxygen into the machine, or is it? Yeah, that's load oxygen into the machine, I think. And it worked with the first one. We did one tank of the stuff, which is why the first crewman came in. Oh, I need to create storage zones as well. I just have a miscellaneous storage zone in here for now. Just dump stuff until we sort things out. We need to tidy up the mess, but nothing needs to be wasted. We can recycle all of the raw materials found on the station. There's an industrial smelter among the boxed equipment. Install it and power it up. Then set it to recycling all of the scrap metal. This will give us an early supply of metal ingots, a critical resource in manufacturing anything. Install smelter. Sure. Set smelter to scrap metal. Sure. Dismantle ruined equipment. Efficiency is going to be the key to this facility turning a profit. Set up a storage zone for scrap metal near to your smelter and another for the metal ingots that come out. Our crew will waste a lot less time carrying goods long distances. Makes sense? Okay, but if we could just, get oxygen first, that would probably help. Oh well. He's only at 85% as well. And tidying up is all very well. Maybe we can get some more crew over here. Maybe we can get some more crew over here for the time being. So over here, these guys aren't really doing anything. So suits on, because that's apparently a good idea. And where is it? Logistics, transfer crew. But that. In fact, let's just send those guys over like that, and then purchase some more crew for this ship, and spacesuits. There we go. Crew are fungible, right? They are basically, it makes no difference which side, where they come from. Which makes no, yeah, they don't seem to have any sort of special, as long as they're not scientists or weapon officers or whatever who are separate from crew, I don't think it matters where you get them from. So yeah, we'll just let them run around tidying the place up a bit. Eventually, hopefully, somebody will think to stick another bottle of oxygen in the air duct. I could install the other tank, I suppose. And hook that up to there as well. It'll make it a bit easier to tell how much. Oh, in fact, should that be the other way round, or can they load it up from behind? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. There we go. There's another. Finally, he's put another oxygen bottle in the oxygenizer. But there wasn't that low on oxygen. If it's filled up this quickly already. Okay, well let's start setting up. Let's start putting things in place for the next bit. So I'm going to want to have a smelter. And as Bossy Pants told us, we were going to want to put the scrap metal on one side of it. We are going to be multi-handling from this, unfortunately, because we've taken all the scrap metal to elsewhere, and now we're going to bring it back over to here. But Sylvie, and then we want metal ingots on the other side, like that. I'm sort of assuming I'm going to use the metal ingots up reasonably quickly once they're generated. Okay, we've done a decent amount of tidying now. And then presumably on the other side, well, let's put them in place now. Let's have a fabricator and an assembly table. And then whatever they make, we'll put on the other side over here. So this is presumably all going to need power. Yes, it is. So we'll run that over here. So we get the power supply over here for when these finally get built. Oh, one of them's being built. There we go. So there's a smelter with a plus 25% efficiency. That's handy. I assume that just means it uses less power rather than it actually produces more resource. And we want it to burn through scrap metal for the time being. If I could draw your attention to this schematic issued by the Andromeda Project, you can see it's actually quite a simple part. This is just a structural framework on which they'll build everything else. So you turn scrap into ingots in a fabricator into frames, and then frames on presumably that's this assembly table jobby here, turns into packaged Stargate frames. Okay. So the fabricator needs to make frames. Make frame. And then the assembly table down here needs to package them. Don't do that. You manufacture these parts in just 2 stages out of metal ingots. I've left a box fabricator and an assembly table on the station. Set them up next to each other, ideally near to the metal ingots. Once they're installed, set the fabricator to manufacture the frames, and set the assembly table to specialize them into finished Stargate frames. It's simple stuff, but eventually we'll need a huge throughput. Okay. I want us to provide an initial batch of 10 Stargate frames for certification. They'll inspect our work and will be approved as of official partners in the Andromeda Project. It shouldn't take too long. If you run out of metal, remember you can recycle more of the ruined equipment around the facility. Okay, so we need to make 10 Stargate frames. That doesn't sound too difficult, but also we need people to run around like headless chickens until they've done everything they need, until everything's set up. Now over here, I think, yeah, we've got a nice big space for storing spacesuits over here. Oh, okay, they've been taking them off and then they just need to be dumped in place. Did I turn off the wear your spacesuits in order on this ship? No, I did not. Suits off. Suits you. I think there is a mechanism to refill spacesuits. Spacesuit pod, is that the one? Dismantling equipment removed from ship, placed in a box you can install later. Yes, thank you. Pretty sure I want to skip the tutorial on dismantling, yes. Okay, so let's have one of those. And we'll install it somewhere useful. Meanwhile, on the foundry. Tidying is happening. Okay, that's being dumped, all been dumped over here. The smelter has made a metal, 16 metal ingots, so those need to be passed over to here. Fine. We'll have a small storage area for, what's this, frames, wasn't it? Frames can go there. And then they can be assembled into it in the assembly table. Ah, that's now been placed. So we need that to make Stargate frames. Right, lovely. So those get put into there, and yeah, this might just work. In the meantime, are we now to... Oh no, we're still not quite tidy. We're still sorting out all of the scrap metal from over here. But let's set some more dismantle commands going, because... Well, we actually... That said, we don't have enough space down here in the storage area to store all the scrap metal, but never mind. We'll stock up a little bit on it. In fact, you know what? Let's expand that scrap metal storage area, because it's clearly not big enough. Scrap metal, that one. There we go. All right, now with this guy here packing up the Stargate frames, and so I guess we need a storage space for Stargate frames as well, which is this one. Don't know how many we're going to make, but we want to have plenty of room for them. Well, it's part done, but it needs a crewman to come over and finish it off, I guess. The oxygen tank is not very full. I would be I don't know why it's not. Oh, probably it's just because the crew members are all busy, I guess. Once they're less busy, they'll get on to less important things, like making sure there's some actual oxygen in the tank over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know how many people we have on this ship. But it still seems to be going okay. Right. He's dismantling that one. He's just carrying the scrap around. Fine. Oh, we've got a... Why are you taking that away? Where are you taking it? I put in this Stargate frame storage area over here. Oh, goodness sake. That is a Stargate frame, isn't it? Yes, it is. Look, see this area here where it says Stargate frame on the floor? Can't you work out that that's probably where you're meant to put it? Apparently not. That's clearly far too complicated. Oh, well. Okay, so this is working slowly, but it is working. I suspect this might be I feel this is a sort of a leave it running and go off and do something else, but I don't know quite how that works. Is it just... Can I just leave it running? Also, can I turn this round so it's pointing in the right direction? It feels slightly nicer. I think I probably can. Let's do that. Dismantle that. And rotate. We'll rotate it. Okay, we're not going to dismantle it because everyone's too busy running around, piling scrap up. This is a very labour-intensive process, this carrying scrap around. Oh no, he has managed to do it. We'll cancel that dismantling then. It's fine. They can load the oxygen in from the back. Alright, so we've made 2 so far. Right, back over on the other ship. Are there any exciting contracts out there? Eradicate armoured thugs. We could go and do one of those. That's 69,000. That sounds quite nice. Manufacture resources. 10 stacks of fuel. Well, we can't do that at the moment. I could take some passengers to NG11, 6. Another one to 11. Let's take the slightly cheaper, less generous version of the Eradicate Armoured Thugs and go and see what we can do about that. It's been assigned a difficulty rating of 3, so that's quite a lot harder than the one I did before, which was a difficulty rating of 1. That said, I do have quite a lot more guns than I had beforehand. So, and this one's a rating. This one's a rating of 3 as well, but significantly more money. Let's give this one a try. and see how things go. I'll pick up some more cannon ammo as well, I think, just because it seems like a might as well. Cannon shells. How much room have I got for? How much room have I got for these things? 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 15. Okay, we'll have another 15 of those. Confirm. My research isn't researching. And these all need super. No, yeah, these all seem to need supercomputers. Let's carry on doing the cheap stuff for now. I can probably afford a supercomputer, but yeah. Do I need the telepathic sensor stations anymore? Probably not, but we'll see. Right, how do we undock? It's in the manoeuvring thing, isn't it? That's not maneuver. That's maneuver. Undock. Push away from the ship a little bit. Give a little bit more room for the shuttlecraft to come in. Like this. Not that it matters. I mean, stuff can overlap quite happily because, you know, three-dimensional space and all that. Come on, guys. Where are you going? Oh, you're moving bullets around for some reason. What are you doing? Oh, we've nearly made all the Stargate frames, though, so that's good. That's gone quite well while I've not been looking. Oh, we've got some more spacesuits as well. That's good, because I think I sent a load over to the other ship, so that's good. And we should hopefully now have enough for everyone. I do seem to have a bit of a shortage of bullets. Let's get some of those as well. I also wonder if I'm a little bit short of crew at this point. Put the spacesuit pod in. Oh, that's quite big. Oh, no, it's not. I don't know what the highlight around that means, but let's put it in over here. And we'll also need a pipe going to that with the oxygen in it. There we go. Is there anything else I bought? Robot arm and I had a couple of load. No, I remember what the loaders are for. The loaders were for over here and the water, I think, but I decided I don't actually want those at the moment. Right, so now we have lots and lots of bullets, lots and lots of cannon shells. Let's head out and go and cause trouble. Right, we're only taking one ship with us this time. The Foundry can't jump, so that's fine. We'll just leave it where it is. We can deliver the Stargate frames, though. Let's see what we can do. I'm interested to see what we can do when the ship has jumped out of system. I may need to pause for that, of course. I assume that's pause and that's very, very slow. Don't know. I'll see in a minute. Right, time for some more contact. So pause. Right, are you're hostile, are you? Sleek ship, you're called. I see. Right, and what's this down here? A fuel barge. So we've got. Oh no, the sleek ship is a friendly. It's the fuel barge that's the enemy, I think, because of the colours. Beep bleep boop bleep. So I think the sleek ship is not going to attack me. It's the fuel barge does not seem like the thing you would expect to be coming in and attacking, but it does have quite a lot of guns on it. They're all miniguns though, so as long as we stay at a little bit of range, we should be pretty safe. The sleek ship, on the other hand, that's quite a busy ship. There's a lot going on this ship, but I don't think it's any of my business, so we won't worry about it. It's the fuel barge that is the dangerous one. So we'll head over there with the Procyon cruiser. Hang on, which one? Yeah, so we'll head. We need to point the ship this way, basically, and then the cannons can open up. And once it starts to look dangerous, then we can start moving. But for the moment, let's just let them come to us. While we turned. Oh, actually, I take that back. They are coming in quite quickly. What's the range on my guns? Okay, about that much. So there's, yeah, we can target, we're targeting the fuel barge. That's fine. I don't, can I target deliberately on the guns? Maybe. I don't know. Let's try that and see what happens. Okay, so they are still out of range. Can we put the ship this way, please? Fire at will. They are well inside range. Can we do some shooting split? Oh, battle stations. That would have helped if I'd done that before I arrived. Oh well, it's a learning process. There we go. We are now suitably pummeling them. That's good. They're flying around in that direction, so we want to head this way to try and keep them in range of the guns. And they've taken 6% damage already. That's pretty good. Yeah, the broadsides are working a lot better. And we're also way... Oh, they're dodging some of them, though. Dodging some of the shots. Not very many, though, so I think we're probably we're doing okay. And they're 95% damage, 96% damage. Hit him again. Boom. Okay, that was comically easy. I was expecting that to be a little bit tougher, to be honest. If I'd been against that one, I think it might have been a bit more difficult. But the fuel barge was not a tough enemy at all. I was expecting significantly more difficulty in that. So this strikes me as a opportunity, potentially, to start moving some of the things off this ship. So at the moment, we've got the science being done on this ship. We could transfer that off onto the other one. We could transfer off... actually, that's about it at the moment. The rest of it is sort of required for what the ship does. Maybe at some point we'll produce a separate mining ship. Is that all? Oh no, there's a little bit more stuff to gather. Got some half-empty bullet things, bullet magazines, and there's a bit of stuff to collect. But it's a little bit disappointing. I was hoping for a bit more salvage than that from the ship. Anyway, yes, I can move things like the science guy and his science station. They can be moved off, and the computer as well. As long as we keep a nice healthy supply of oxygen available on that other ship, then things should all go quite well. So let's have a quick look at the foundry. Yeah, so over here we've made a quantity of the Stargate frames. So let's ship those out. Presumably that means a ship will come in to take a shuttle will come in to take them. Here it comes. There we go. Lovely. They'll have to be carried all the way from over here, but never mind. Also, I should set some more dismantle orders up here as well. Can I? No, I can't drag a box across stuff. Get a bit more scrap metal out of this junk. They're going off to do the dismantling rather than the loading the ship up, aren't they? Fine. Don't do this then. See if I care. Ah. All right. Can we just load the ship up and get the mission finished? Would be nice. All my crew members are busy. Oh, there's a orders. No, there's a jobs. That's the one over here. Yeah, so we can see what they're all trying to do, what's supposed to be happening at the moment. And we've got a load of green... So the green lines over here are things that people are heading over to do. The yellow ones are things that aren't being done at the moment. And the crew members are just scuttling around doing things and stuff, maybe. Emphasis on the maybe here. Yeah, so he's gathering scrap from up there. That guy is dismantling this thing. Oh, Stargate Phase 1 completed. We have launched a shuttle with some stuff on it. Shoof. And Andromeda Project representative.
This is a message for AGA Foundry. We have received your samples and can report they have passed comfortably within our engineering tolerances. You are formally approved as licensed industry partners and may now manufacture all items in our design manifest. Lovely. Batches of completed parts may now be submitted to the Andromeda project through the open marketplace. You will find our buyers ready to release funds for any parts manufactured to specification. Thank you for your endeavours and good luck. Excellent. Let's have a look at the manifest that he mentioned and see what is required next. So I can click this button down here and we go, okay, they need 200 Stargate frames. Each component you need to manufacture is on the left. Place your mouse over the component's icon to show how to produce it. Stargate project construction is split into phases, with each phase requiring more and more resources. You just completed phase 1. Lovely. To complete phase 2, we need to continue manufacturing Stargate frames. Instead of 10, we now need 200. Sell your frames at the trading post to submit them to the Andromeda project. You can now close the Stargate screen. You can now close. Yeah, okay, so we need to make another 200 of these. Fine, just leave that ticking over, I guess. It looks like it's just a bulk order of the part we already provided. We need to make 200 more Stargate frames. We're already manufacturing them, but we'll need to scale up production or else this will take forever. He's not wrong. I guess I could bring in more smelters and more of these. So what's the bottleneck in this production? I'm releasing some of the seed money to you. 600,000 should be enough to buy all the equipment we need to scale up. Remember, this isn't a gift. I still own this station and all the equipment on board. I suggest you buy more smelters, more fabricators, and more assembly tables. A couple of each at least. All that equipment will draw more juice, so you'll need to expand the power network with more reactors and batteries to cope. And you'll need more crew to do the work. If you run out of metal ingots, you should be able to buy raw materials from the open marketplace. You can usually buy more scrap metal, but you'll also find metallic minerals for sale, which can also be smelted into metal ingots. Okay, fine. So we're turning into Factorio, but with shopping now. So I'm going to need to buy another couple of smelters. And another couple of fabricators. And another couple of tables. And actually, let's go solar powered, shall we? Alright, let's buy all of that stuff. And yeah, then we can go nuts. And there's a little bit more dismantlement required up here because we've got three guys who aren't doing anything. So we'll get those being ripped up. What are you trying to... Oh, I see. And then we'll install the solar panels. There and there. And I think I'm going to need a bit more, no editor, I'm going to need a bit more scaffolding underneath these. How much is this stuff? It's only 7. This is pretty cheap. I can afford to put a certain quantity of scaffolding in around here. There and there. Right, and then we cable all that in. Cables. Like that, and that, and that, and that. Oh, can't do that bit. Let's bring it around here. There we go. All that's hooked up now. I don't know why that's having trouble placing that. So oh, it is working on it. Fair enough. And then we'll also install the 2 new smelters there and there. And I guess maybe I should put the fabrication table up here. Assembly table, sorry. Here. And here. And then we can dismantle that one. And then put in the 2 fabricators. No, not that. Install fabricators. I'm going to deliberately leave a gap, I think.
so that people can walk between them, especially since these machines are smaller. I want to put it there, but I can't yet. This isn't Factorio. You can't place something where there's a ghost. Sorry, you can't place a ghost in a build instruction where a thing is waiting to be placed. Waiting to be demolished, sorry. So that goes from there. We'll install the fabricator there, and we'll install the assembly table there. So those all need to be removed. And then we'll have storage for metal or ingots down the middle of here. And the Stargate frames can still carry on going over there. It means they have to be carried all the way over here when we're going to unload, when we're going to ship them out, but c'est la vie. Cables wise, we'll need power for those, power for those, power for those. How are we now for power? Who knows? I have no idea. I'm sure that... Oh, power grid. There we go. Making 63... Okay, that looks fine. We're making 63 megawatts. We've got 20. We're using 28. Excellent. Although that might be because some of these machines aren't running. So you are also going to produce, deal with scrap metal. You're going to deal with scrap metal. You're going to make frames. You're going to make frames. You're going to make Stargate frames. You're going to make Stargate frames. And you're going to make Stargate frames. Alternatively, you're going to be off the bottom. There we go, Stargate frames. And we find we do still have one idle crewman at the moment, so we haven't completely over what's named here. But let's buy an enormous amount of scrap metal, shall we? No, resources. Scrap metal sounds pretty cheap. We can get that for 20, and we can sell frames for 2,500. So yeah, we need. I don't know if it's. I don't think it's 1-to-1. But we can buy an enormous quantity of scrap metal in and just churn through it. There's also metallic minerals. I think those are the ones that also can be cooked down into metal ingots. I'll check in a moment. But for now, let's just buy all of that. Oh, and actually, let's buy some more crewmen as well to run the place. I've set up the minimum orders of... food and water, so we should carry on. We should always be okay for food, water and oxygen. It'll just be brought in. Not doing any recycling at the moment, but we could potentially in the future. Okay, and now actually what I should be doing here, I should be going to trade, auto trade, and I should be saying to automatically... Oh, there's no more scrap metal left. I can't set up an auto buy of it. That's a shame. But I do want to do an auto sell of the Stargate frames. Stargate frames I want to sell above. Let's stockpile 5 of them. Sell all the rest of them. Just get them shipping out. And then resource wise. Maybe I do want to start... No, let's check the... hydroponics on here. Yeah, it would probably be a good idea to set that up, actually. Yes. One moment, though. Let's have a look at the Stargate. Making Stargate frames. Oh, I thought there was a thing that told you... gave you more information about what goes into it. In fact, actually, there is, because if I go into this mission... usually buy scrap metal, also buy metallic minerals for sale, which will also be... Okay, so if I tell this one to do metallic minerals, then I can set up an auto buy on that. Metallic minerals. Buy below 5. And, well, if any scrap appears, then we can do that as well. What do you want? I know this will be a very profitable endeavour for us. Andromeda Project is so desperately in need of reliable manufacturing facilities that they're paying a fortune. Now the sales revenue is going to flow through you, but remember our agreement, 50-50. I put a lot of capital in to get us to this point, and I need to start seeing a return. Every time you sell a batch of parts to the Andromeda Project, you'll owe me half the revenue. I'd appreciate it if you would pay promptly. Okay, so the money does just go straight into my account, but then I have to cough up and I have to send some over to him like this. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate the prompt payment. So I can sort of take a bit of a loan out against him by hanging on to some of the money for a little while, but he might notice and complain, or I might just not notice that I owe him money. That's also quite possible. Okay, so we've made 32, or we've sold 32 of them so far. So that's going. We'll just keep shipping those out, chucking them in this ship, and then they can go. Right, we do also need to carry on dismantling the stuff up here though. So I'll set up a couple of dismantle requests up there. Send 3 guys up to deal with it. That's fine. We'll get a bit more scrap from that. The question is, there we go. There's some scrap metal available now. So we'll buy below 5. Yes, please. So that should now just start flowing in. This is the one I reprogrammed to metallic minerals. Yes, it is. So let's now set up a storage area for metallic minerals for this area. So we'll keep those tidied over here. Make sure it all goes into the right places, and we can just keep churning these things out. And I guess now this is it is automation. I can just go away and leave it running. Set all that to be dismantled. And you're quite right, I should set up recycling as well. So, habitation, we need... I still haven't worked out what to do with CO2. But yeah, having something that pulls CO2 out is probably going to be a good idea. And we can at least stick that into a tank. Tank? Tank. Where's the large tanks? Medium tank, probably enough. And we need a sewage pipe. We need a water purifier. Yes, but we also need a recycler. But a huge time meter. Thrust spacesuit pod. Yeah, let's fill the spacesuits back up with air as well. Don't need guns on this. This is in a pretty safe place. I can put smelter, sewage pipe, waste treatment machine. That's the bunny. Oxygen maker. That's the one. Oh, that's from water. Air reprocessor. That's what we need. And possibly an oxygen maker as well, actually. Okay, that's only 160. I say only 165 grand because we've got significantly richer than when I was putting the previous ship together. So we'll pull all of that in, and then we can get some Oh no, we can't get the hydroponics set up. We can make a good start on it. Interestingly, if there's a shuttle docked, you seem to get all of your stuff instantly, which is quite nice. So up here we need the sewage pipe running from. Actually, let's check where the habitation module. Oh, it goes all the way around. Okay, sweet. So just put it in about here. That'll be fine. So I can put in my install my sewage pipe here, and then the waste treatment machine can go here. Then my water purifier can go here, and my oxygen maker can go here. Okay, that's running fine. It's just making noises while it does so. I was hoping to shrink that. There we go. And how am I doing? Install a spacesuit pod. That can go with the oxygen maker as well. And the CO2 scrubber probably wants to go in the same sort of place. And the air reprocessor can go in the middle. Right. Then I need to pipe all this together. So sewage to sewage, wastewater to wastewater, water to water, oxygen to oxygen to oxygen to oxygen. I didn't buy a CO2 catcher. That was a mistake. Never mind. We'll worry about that in a moment. To the cables as well. So all of this needs to be hooked together like that, and this. There we go. And as if by magic, suddenly output blocked. What are you? Oh, you're the CO2 scrubber. Oh, that goes into there. No, that's a cable. Ah! Pipe that to there. And remove that one. Good, and they're refilling the spacesuits as well, and we've run out of electricity. Lovely. I suppose I have put in a lot of stuff down here very, very quickly. Where was the widget that showed the power? It was down here, wasn't it? Power grid. So we've now got 190. That should be all right. Oh, does that mean it wants 12 megawatts? Maybe. I guess I better get some more solar panels. The solar panels do seem to produce a lot of power compared to the reactors. So, hang on a minute. Power grid. Okay. Oh, no, it's the reactor. Are my solar panels not hooked up properly? No, I think that... Oh, this one isn't. There we go. This one's definitely hooked up. That one is. That one is. Oh, only is to up there. Dope. Yeah, I should have put more scaffolding in, then it would have been easier to line all this stuff up. But that's hooked up to here. That's hooked up. That isn't doing anything. Right, power grid. It's only showing the reactor. Still only showing the reactor on this side. How do I? Why do my solar panels not? Are my solar panels not working? I don't understand the I don't understand the power grid here. It says reactor at the top, and then over here is in that's what's creating, generating power. And over here it says life support and logistics as things that are using the power. But we don't seem to be. There doesn't seem to be any sort of indicator of what the power's doing, where the power's going, rather. No, it doesn't seem any mention of the solar panels, which is a bit of a concern. Scale up production starts. Yeah, okay, we've scaled up production. I've got three lots of machines doing it all now, so that's fine. We're nearly halfway. Well, no, it's not true. We're about a third of the way. I have crew members idle, so we're okay on that front. I feel like this is largely working, except we've run out of resources. Is that because there's none available? There's still a load of scrap metal. Why isn't that being delivered? I could buy in the metal ingots, but there's only 2 of them. It doesn't seem worth it. There's some metallic minerals. There were. Okay, so we are calling for that to be brought in. I think I need larger minimum orders for those. Like that, perhaps. Get all that brought in. And ship some out as well, which is nice. I owe X 45 grand again now, but you can wait. Okay, so up here we should be producing... yeah, you should be producing compost. Yes, you probably are. Is the compost being generated down here? No, the compost hasn't come out down here yet, so we'll leave the next stage for a moment or two. We do seem to have some resources coming in, so that's good. Right, I think that can probably be left to its own devices for a little while. Meanwhile, we've got the cruiser over here that wrecked the other ship. Oh dear, all their corpses are floating in space and everything else has disappeared. That's mildly horrible. Thank you, Captain. I appreciate the prompt payment. Right. Okay, so that is now an automated thing that can just be left ticking away and will generate money for me, but every so often I'm going to owe loads of it to the other guy. So we'll shrink that away and just pretend it's not there for now. There's a lot of radio chatter noise going on in the background here, which is mildly distracting, but never mind. What was that? It's presumably somebody hyperspacing in. Okay. Okay, so we are done here now. So the next thing to do would be to go back to the sector map and then probably either trigger the wolf in sheep's clothing. The deep space industrialist is just going to tick away on its own for now. Maybe I should put more supplies in there. Maybe I should maybe I should get another ship, or at least take my current ship and go out mining. Try and dig up some more resources and bring my own metal into the production system there, and see if that's any quicker. Or I can go over to the black hole. But I think, given that it's half to tomorrow, I'm going to save that as a project for next week. So thank you very much, everyone who's been watching. I hope you found this game intriguing and interesting. I've been enjoying playing it. It's got a little bit more plot focused than Factorio is, of course, and also a little bit more plot focused than it was last time I played it as well. So that's quite nice. I've been enjoyed going out and playing with the tribbles, filling my spaceship up with the little guys, and now playing and now. There's an impressive amount of variety. So the first few missions were just sort of flitting around doing delivery missions, essentially, whether it's people or resources or boxes. Makes very little difference apart from to how you have to need your ship configured, and it's basically configured for both now. And so then having the plot related one where I was doing the tribbles was interesting and fun, and having the having the going out and doing a few things to the black hole one it gave me a little bit more interest. But then going off and doing the industrial stuff was a bit more was further more interesting because it's so very different, and I've now got this sort of automated system set up over here that has, well, basically it slurped up all of the scrap metal and metallic ingots available in this particular system. So I guess the next thing to do is for my cruiser to fly off to the various colonies around here, pick up whatever scrap metal is available from those, and transport it back over to here. As a sort of a precursor to maybe starting up some sort of mining expeditions as well. Maybe try and find a cheap ship that I can buy and equip as a mining ship, or alternatively try and add mining onto this ship as well. So maybe some sort of laser on the side here that would allow me to mine a couple of mining lasers on the side over here and move this gas collector up to over here somewhere or something like that. There are certainly possibilities available here. Also, I need to do something with this CO2 that's filling up in fact has filled up this tank over here. That's possibly urgent, so let's try and remember to do that this time next week. Maybe I should write some of these things down. So that's going to be it for now. On Monday there shall be some another session of supporter shenanigans. We're not planning to play more GTA Manhunt on Monday, but there'll be some other game that's open to any channel supporters. So who want to join in, we'll find some sort of silly multiplayer game like Gang Beasts or something like that. Not necessarily that one, but something along those sort of lines. Something a bit silly and should be good fun. Otherwise, I shall be back on next Wednesday for some more Last Starship, where I shall be carrying on and doing the various things I was talking about there. So dealing with this carbon dioxide, getting some more metals, building more Stargate frames. Oh, we can go off battle stations. Let the crew wander off and get comfortable. So getting the industrialization up and running a bit more, and taking a look at the other mission, the black hole mission as well, and the wolf in sheep's clothing as well, assuming I have time. So, thank you very much, everyone who's been watching. I hope you've enjoyed it, and maybe I'll try and let people vote a bit on what we do as the next missions next time. So, once again, thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you on Monday. Good night.